Late, Bahm Church in conjunction with Flecko, we organize this capacity building programs though, in order to build up the capacity of youth, the members of the congregation, the clergy, and any of our friends who we strongly believe, needs capacity building, which we strongly believe everybody needs. And this is the fourth one so far. We've done 3, and we'll be doing it once every quarter. So today we'll be talking about leadership, creativity, and innovation. Leadership, creativity, and innovation. And we realize that this is very key and germane in the well-being of our great country, leadership. We have a challenge with leadership. And we strongly believe in our little way we should be able to communicate this and get the right kind of leadership for the coming generations and those of us who are even elderly who are in leadership position to improve our leadership skills. Innovation is a key thing, and creativity, they go hand in hand in everything we do. And any organization that lacks innovation and creativity will be left behind. So we have to ensure that we encourage creativity, in what we do, in how we do things. The only thing that is certain in life is what is change. That's the only thing that is certain in life. I do this thing today, tomorrow, yesterday, is change. But the key thing for creativity, it goes with innovation. From the day we were all using, cars to move, to today that we want to start using, we don't want to use petrol, we want to use electrical cars, to use. Or from the day when we used to communicate, we travel to each other's houses. So today now, that what we want to do, we all want to talk on the phone. All these are innovation and comes with creativity. But you don't have the right leadership to motivate this, both even in the church and in the general environment as a whole. My name is Bahm. I'm a member of this church, and what will I say about myself? I'm a member of this church. I'm also part of the parish council. Today, we invited a colleague of mine, a very distinguished colleague of mine, who is retired but not tired. He's also a pastor at First Square Church. He's also a pastor, but before that, he's a chartered accountant, he's a banker, he's an IT guru too. He's also a specialist in risk. So he's a man full of a lot of knowledge, just like me. He's retired but not what? We're not tired. So we're all glorified teachers now. We're all into consulting. So I present to you Pastor Mike Fola. You will be one I'm trying to do. Let's talk about it. So the first thing is that. So we take it over from there.
Thank you, my Lord Bishops, and the house. It's a privilege to be here. When my friend told me, I said, this is for God, and anything for God, you'll find me there. So it's a privilege to be here. So we're talking about leadership, like you said. That is the only thing that somebody jokingly said that God created Nigeria, and everything was ready, and we have everything in abundance. But when God wanted to punish us, He removed the lead. So there is no leadership. I was listening to one bishop preaching at E.K. Clark area, and he emphasized this, that the oil that flow in Nigeria, is more than what was flowing in Libya. And Libya, when a child is born, there is a dedicated $1,000 that goes into that account of that child. If I have $1,000 today, it's about, how much is that? Sir? 1.5 million. So if I have a child today, and they put 1.5 million in the account of that child, I mean, it's enough to, if the parents are not squanders, it's enough to say, let this guy, that 1.5 million, you put it in a fixed deposit or a treasury bill, earning 19% until the child becomes 18 years, will be somewhere. I remember when we were young, there is a, I came from Osun State. There is a in my local government we have about 2 farm settlements. One is in my town, SRK, and we have people, when they post you to that farm, they give you a bicycle. As you move, they give you a motorcycle, and people were just comfortable. Nobody is scrambling to build 100 houses to build. If there is good leadership, we can be well organized people. And so leadership, if we cannot get it in the secular, we must get it in the church, and we must get it right. And that is the reason why we want to talk about leadership and innovation. So this is just our I say welcome. We must learn by sharing. So knowledge is no man is a reservoir of knowledge, so we will be interacting, and I know that some of my youths are here, you know, who will be able to contribute to what we are saying. So we must make it interactive, and we must ask questions. We hope that we will have more people joining us very shortly. The phone discipline, I just put mine on silent, so if you have your phone here, I can still be hearing some people start charging phone and it's when mails were coming in. So please help us to leave it silent. There will be break time, and then when we want to,
you want to use the mic?
Are they not hearing me? Are you hearing me?
Yeah.
They are hearing me. There's no need for mic. So if you want to ask questions, we can raise our hands. I don't know if it is important that we know ourselves. Is it important?
You cannot.
Okay, all right. Oluwatoba Tomiwa Adekalu. Okay, all right. So what do you do for a living?
I work as a system administrator.
In the church? Where?
With OBAC International.
In a
OBAC International.
OBAC International, okay. Thank you. That is sir. You can see that, sir. Sir? Aha, somebody was saying cake, and I say, you do my academic.
I know.
That is sir. That is sir.
This is Vincent.
Okay, sir.
From Bahm Church.
All right, sir.
Mrs. Vincent from Bahm Church.
All right, okay. All right, that's mommy too. Okay. Oh, sure.
Tony.
Okay. All right.
Catherine Bekuago.
Okay, I can hear you.
Catherine Bekuago.
Okay, Catherine, okay. Adebayo, are you competing with my brother? Yes. Okay. Temitope Julius Olade, okay. Then Bimbo Laika and my brother. Thank you very much, sir. Okay. The learning objective: how to become an effective leader in communicating, the organization goals, and develop leadership skills using communication, decision making, and conflict resolution. Learn how to foster creativity by exploring techniques for generating innovative ideas. We'll be looking at what other people have done, and then we say develop strategies and tools to identify opportunity for innovation. So these are the course outlined. Then we talk about leadership, that we have been saying leadership. What is even leadership? Can somebody give us what we mean by when we are saying leadership, or who is a leader? I said it's going to be interactive. So who is a leader? Catherine, who is a leader?
My name is Sister. Just go ahead, talk.
Okay, someone saddled the responsibility of coordinating people to achieve a certain goal.
Thank you. Thank you. Can we clap for her? Very good. somebody start doing with the responsibility of coordinating resources, and human is key in those resources to achieve goals or a particular goal. So we have a goal to achieve. And when we say this is our job, we have soon discovered that when we say this is our job, it doesn't get done. But when you say this is your duty, and I was discussing with my head of study, planning team in my church, and I said that we must begin to do what the secular do, give them job description, so that we can follow up. Have you done this month? Have you done that this month? Because many of them, you appoint them into position, even the council member don't know what they are supposed to do. They will now be spoon-feeding people and be telling them, you're following them up. My diary is always, I was telling him yesterday, I said, my diary is always full. Because I don't want to forget. I am getting old. I don't want to forget anything. I will just be writing down, and then be pursuing, using WhatsApp. Thank God for the technology. Using WhatsApp message, using phone call to follow up people. Have you done this? Can you do this? We are having a major program on the 1st of the month. We want to start a program. I just posted to that church, and I'm starting a program on the 1st of July. And I told them since 3 weeks ago, all the unit leaders, give me your plan. And the person coordinating prayer is a prayer program. So I have that one specific one on the 1st. My church has 3 days, which is coinciding with that on the 1st. Give us people that are going to lead, so that we know who is going to lead opening prayer, praise and worship, who is going to lead the major prayer, and give us something, a plan. 3 weeks. It's just begging me that he will send it today. Because I said today, those people that are going to the anchor program must be aware today. He said that before close of business today. And if he doesn't do it, I will do it. I'll just fix people that I know can handle things that I want to be done. So the problem of coordinating as a leader is now even more, troublesome, because there are no good followers. And that is why everybody must be leaders. Because in one way or the other, we are all leading in our own various departments. A husband is a leader in the home. The mother is a leader of the children. Because when the father is not around, he is leading the children. And how is he leading them? What is he teaching them to do? The pastor is a leader in the church. The Sunday school teacher is a leader in that. So everybody along the line, we are all leaders. And that is why we must all then embrace leadership skills. So that the job of leading, we are all complaining Abuja is not doing what is right. Since I started voting in 1979 to date, I've not had anybody that said the previous government is the new government is better than the previous government. Any witness in the house? Every new government is worse than the previous. They will now be comparing Gowon with Kineko, and Gowon squander all the resources of Nigeria, saying that he has money, he doesn't know where to spend it. He should have tarred all the road the way they do it in Canada. That 10 kilometers into the bush, they already have drainage, they already have tarred road, they already have electricity posts. Everything is ready for the people that want to build out to be allocated plot to now just go and get the. And as you are getting your house built or the government built it for you, is connected to the grid. Everything is ready. They should have done that time. So every previous government is always better than now people are now saying Buhari is better than Tinubu. So there is no government that has been better. And that is the way we are going to continue to do it. The problem we have in Nigeria is this, is just peculiar of that aspect of leadership is just peculiar to Nigeria. But the problem we are having is global. And everything is pointing to the fact that Jesus Christ said that when the end of time will come, all these woes will be there apparent. And that is basically what we are seeing. So leadership, this refers to the action of leading a group of people or organization. We have talked about that. This encompasses the ability of an individual or group or organization to lead, influence, or guide other individual teams and the entire organization. So in our own sphere of leadership, like I've just said, how are we leading? Because it's just a scale. As you are coming down even to the family level, we are all leaders. to the community level, we are all leaders. I told him that I'm the vice chairman of my own zone. We have 12 zones in Ogudu GRA Resident Association. My own zone, I'm the vice chairman of my zone. In the Ogra bigger body, I am the treasurer. Yesterday we had a program and somebody called me, as an executive, won't you be here? I said, thank God that you reminded me. I have forgotten. I'm preparing for so many things. I just dropped everything I was doing. I went there. I appeared for about 2 hours. I left the place. This morning I've been in the program that my zone is doing. Just because I'm a vice chairman, I have to just even post some things on the platform that we are waiting for you. But I already told people, the chairman and all the people that told you, I have a program somewhere I'm going to attend. So how are we leading? I encourage others to, even though my own time, if I have 36 hours in a day, is not enough. But the 24-hour God has given me, I try to manage it in such a way that at least I have all-encompassing aspect of my life touched. Social, spiritual, physical, my health, I take care of my health. I go for medical check, I do all sorts of things to make sure I eat right, to make sure. So in all spheres, how are we leading? So we can't just be looking at Abuja and looking at, and in fact somebody even said that, you are talking about Abuja, are you holding your councillor responsible? I was talking to my younger brother and he said, there is no government that have earned such money at the local government level since he know, for almost 30 years that he has known, that there is no government that have earned such money. Because I would say, our local government chairman is doing well, he's starting road, he's doing this, doing that. Well, good, that they are earning such money. But are we holding them accountable? And not even all of them that are collecting money, not all of them are spending that money the way our local government chairman is spending it. In fact, yesterday at the meeting, we're just a clique of us were just saying, we need to do something to support this young man. One of us, the secretary of the Ogra, said, are we now APC? It's not about APC. It's about individual. Number one is our resident, and we have not seen any leader, any local government chairman that have done what he has done for us in our estate in the last 30 years. I've been in that estate now for about 2001 to date, about 24 years. In 24 years I've been there, there's no local government chairman that have touched our area like that. So we too, we are not saying we are doing it as an association, but we are linking ourselves up. You have 50,000, you have 100,000, you have 500,000. Let's show him that he is one of us. So that he can, when he enters the second time, he can do more. He has donated more than 200 pieces of solar light. We say we want to do operation light up Ogra, the GRS association. We want to light up everywhere, and he donated, his personal money, local government money. He donated more than 200 units, and we now use our own money to buy, and we have lighted up almost everywhere. So I even made bold to say that even this executive that I'm working with, I have not seen, within 24 years I've spent in that estate, I've not seen executives that have done so much. They influenced the Lagos State government to come and tar road. They influenced the local government to give us light. They have done so much. They built a hall. When I entered this place, I said, wow, Abi, is that not what I said? Yeah. And we started discussing that we even have rooms, we have something. Some people will have the money, but how are they spending it? This is a vision. And I use the issue of Lona, Lagos Western Region of Apostolic Church. That is at Alakbere there. If you see what they are putting together, and it will get to a point, even though we will spending money to maintain them, but it will get to a point that the resources coming will not put too much pressure on the organization looking for money at all costs. And that is why some churches are misbehaving. They are doing all sorts of things to generate money. I listened to that man, Ike Clark. He said that he wants to build a new auditorium, and he said, if we collect blood money, we go up in there. So you won't need to collect blood money to build your edifice for God, because God will not be there, which is true. So it takes leadership and innovation to put some of those things together and to. So your master son of leadership has influence, and that is why I'm glad that some of our youth are here, and I hope that you are already putting messages across. Please begin to send messages to them one by one. They must be here, because we must influence them to do what is right. I stand tall. When I dedicated my house, I stand tall to say that the little God has done for me is what God has done for me. I have no record of collecting bribe. Even some people gave me genuine gifts and I returned. I went to go and audit in Porakot, and I didn't know he was going to be appointed ED. And he was young, we were friends. At the time he was senior manager, I was senior manager. It became, because he senior me a little, he became principal manager, I was still senior manager, he became AGM, I became principal manager. And like that, from senior AGM, they just removed him and put him in ED level. So I was an AGM when I went to audit him, and he gave me an envelope, and I said, no, I will need you in future. So the day I went to his office to go and congratulate him, he hugged me. If they are discussing at their level, if I have collected envelope, he will say, he has a price. So we must influence these young ones that you can still get rich without, putting one thing or the other to add to it. You can serve God. I was listening to Apostle Selma yesterday, said there are still prophets that are still speaking and God is still honoring their word. And they don't put anything, they don't add anything to it to the name of Jesus. So we must influence these ones so that they know that this touch we are passing on is genuine, and they can do it the way we have done it and get results the way we have gotten results. So, are you a leader in your office? I've just said it now, not only in the office. Everywhere we find ourselves, at the community level, you must be a leader. When I got to Guduji area as a resident, before God gave me my own property there, about 24 years ago, what just brought me to leadership is that because they said we should be paying 12,500 at that time. I said, this money is too much, 2001. This money is too much, How are they spending our money? And I attended meeting. And from 2, 3, 4 meetings, they see the way I talk, the way and the intellectual capacity I have, and that's how they just hijack me and say, come and be this assistant secretary. From assistant secretary, I became secretary. From secretary, I became vice chairman. From vice chairman, I became chairman. Before I moved from that area to this new area where I built my own house. And immediately, that is the former chairman who did all the street lights and all the cleaning in that area. They said, you must be the executive. And that's how they hijacked me. And I cannot say no. Even though my time is just too choky. But I have something to contribute. And who knows whether it is for a reason that you are there. Even if it is to pour the touch of Jesus. They ask you to do opening prayer. The way you do it can even touch some lives. They ask you to do closing prayer. The way you do it can even touch some lives. So how are we leading in every sphere of life where we find ourselves? Delegation. This is another aspect of leadership. Some people, they cannot go on leave because they don't want people to know the secret of what they are doing. Since I don't have any secret to hide, and I entered my office, my former office, on Thursday. Yes, on Thursday. All of them stood up. So when I entered, the person that one of my stooge that I trained, protege that I trained, is now equally an AGM in the Bahm. And he said, Oga, do you know that it's only 3 of you that enter this place and we stand up for? And he mentioned only 3 of us. He said, yourself, Ramoni Alabi, and Mrs. Bendega. I was shocked. Big names. Even our own leader that left before us, and there's so many other people that are left after me. Only 3 will come and they will stand up for. It's a very weighty word. I took it and it touched me to the marrow. Only 3 of us. 17 of us were asked to go the same day, early retirement. And we were all AGM, DGM, general manager. A few senior managers, about 2 or 3 senior managers, and 1 manager. 17, only 3 can come back and people will stand up for. So how are you leading in your own sphere of influence? They know me to be very, very tough man. I know they take nonsense. But I am fair and firm. And he was telling me that somebody, because of few of us, that is still, respecting internal audit today. And I said, to God be the glory. And that's, in fact, that person that you mentioned is the person that got me my AGM. Because when they were doing parapol, they were doing tribalism. Me, I don't know how to play politics. I just do my work. when the MD comes, when he comes like this, all of us, about 100 of us in the hall, he will say, Michael Ola. Even if I'm standing at the back, he will say, Michael Ola. But when it comes to promotion, no promotion for 6 years. They were picking their clique, to promote. But this man, God used him for me, and God is still using him for my department today. The man told me on Thursday that it is because of very few of you that man respected this department and is still doing us good. Just because of few of you. And I now, for the first time, I said, I've not said this anywhere, that is the man that got me, because even one of them that I mentioned that is a Muslim name, Ramani Alabi, we were so close, it's my friend today, we are still friends. But because he come from the same area with that man, who was then MD, I was 2 years senior to him, but we were now on the same grade, principal manager, going to AGM. They picked him before me. And not that his work is better than my own. We were all doing our work in our various, areas. And like I said, when the bank was in crisis, I was the head of, the investigation of risk. All the credit that put the bank in mess. I won't leave office until 11, 12 midnight. And I'll do my work. To the extent that even at a point, I say it everywhere, some strange cars were chasing me to my house. And I reported it in the office. They said I was paranoid. That is the answer they gave me. But I still was doing my work. And I had believed in God that it's only God that has access to my life, to the key of my life. No other person has the access. And God saved me. And I retired. So how are we leading? So many of them cannot even delegate because of what they are hiding. And we need to let our young people know that you don't need to hide anything. Be transparent. Be open to everybody. Let them know what you are doing. When they had issue, recently, it was in papers. They published it that I should now be the one to go and be doing star witness for one of their key persons that they want to. One of the work I did more than 8 years ago. So we should do our work the way it should be done. When you do your work the way it should be done, teach others. Teach them. It was introduced me to somebody. He said, that is our God who trained us. Everything we know today, he trained us. And he's now become a teacher. He's now a facilitator. He has his company in facilitating, training banks. And he was introduced me to the guy that if you need anybody that you want a company to facilitate, please call him. He will do it for you. Already marketing me for him. So what are we doing in our sphere? I know that many of them hated me because I was so firm. You come late. I inherited that one from a cultural church where I work. They allow you to come late 15 minutes every day. Anything after 15 minutes, they will mark you. And if you come late more than 8:15 every day for 4 days in a month, they will put you on suspension for 2 weeks. I was doing that before they introduced the card that you used to badge in. And so if you do that, anybody working under my department will be in trouble. If you come late more than 4 times, I may not have power to send you on suspension, but I will give you query and it goes to your file. But they all, shaping, because I told them it is this work that brought us together. And so anytime I delegate the job to them and I sit at them, I explain the job to them. And they learn under me. So they were able to say confidently when I came back that this is our God who trained us. So delegation is the act of empowering, somebody to act for another person. So how are we empowering people? I've seen pastors that even president go on, they go on medical tourism, they go on vacation, they don't hand over. Pastors, they don't hand over. What are you hiding? In our offices, you don't hand over. What are you hiding? You have to empower others. It is when you empower others that the job becomes easy for you. So, this is one of the best management tools for increasing employee morale, job satisfaction, trust between team members and manager, and the company's bottom line. When your subordinates are motivated to help you, because you cannot do the job alone. So when your subordinates are motivated to help you, the job becomes easier. When everybody can do what you are doing, I can even just relax and be giving directive if they know how to do what I am doing. So it also helps time management. I don't need to spend, like I said, I have 24 hours in a day. If God can extend my own to 36, I will appreciate it. But I don't have more than 24 hours. So I can then manage my 24 hours effectively, because time is the scarcest commodity. And time can be spent, it can be wasted, and it can be invested. How are we investing our time? So the question is, do we delegate? Then creativity. Creativity skills involve the ability to think about a problem or a task in a new way. Let me use this as an example. We have what they call theater analysis. When the Japanese wanted to start making cars, they went to America and they went to Ford Motors. They purchased a car and they begin to pieces it. The block engine, the cylinder, almost everything in the car, they pieces it. And in the process, they now built their own car. And they saw the deficiency in the old car. And they improved those deficiencies in their own car. And they came up with what they call good thinking, good product. Good thinking, good product. Every Japanese car, whether Toyota or any other Japanese car, has fuel economy. Because they saw it in most of the American cars are always Cadillac, all those big that will take the entire road. And they started making small cars. You know, and all their cars has fuel efficiency. The man that makes my shirts for over 20 years, most of my shirts carry my name, Mike, M-Y-K. The man that he's told me that I don't know that people that do not even go to university, you know, have experience of what they call the theater analysis. He said the way he started, it's just a school start or something. He said the way he started is that he bought an imported shirt, and the color is the major problem that he has. And he pieces that shirt and he uses it to now see how he's going to measure and sew his own color. And he has been sewing for me and for other managers in my bank for over 20 years. He will now put monogram. If you like it, he will put your name. And a lot of people, the shirt is almost 1/3 of the imported shirt, and you will not know it is not an imported shirt. And we are an imported shirt now, which is not even as good as the one he sews for me. So that is innovation. He was thinking of, how can I do, people are doing this thing, how can I do it better? Or how can I come up from the scratch to bring up my own idea, and my idea will be acceptable? We are running a particular training now with my MD, Bimbo. We call it fraud risk management in banks. The part of that particular course, and I make most of it that is our company alone that has that comprehensive end-to-end stuff on fraud risk management in Nigeria as of today. I don't know of abroad. And how did it came to be? The certified fraud examiners, Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, somebody gave them my name. Oh, Michael is the only person that can deliver that training for you. And they gave me 1 day out of 3 days. And towards the end of the training, the date of the training, 2 days, they call me that we don't have enough candidates, we have cancelled the training. When we have enough candidates, we will call you. If they will call me, it will be tomorrow. I prepare material. I have gathered resources. I have gone everywhere. That thing pained me. I have labored. I mean, I have not done any work for them officially. I have not even submitted my slides to them. But I have done comprehensive work. And I now sat down. The disappointment, that's what gave birth to that training. I now sat down and now look for what could even be. I tried to call the lady. Possibly you can send me the day one. I was given the day one curriculum, day 3 curriculum, because they only send me my own day curriculum. Can you send me comprehensive? She didn't reply. I sent WhatsApp, she didn't reply. I just sat down. I went from how I've been doing it, because I've headed that department for about 4.5 years. And that's why they were looking for my experience to come and speak in that seminar. But I just said, let me sit down. I now went and I did a comprehensive curriculum. And now begin to create my own slide to meet the curriculum I've created. And I have a 3-day training on fraud risk management. I can compress it to 2 days if I like. Or if the organization don't want 3 days, I can compress it to 2 days. And that was how we started. Wema has bought into it, First Bank has bought into it, Sterling has bought into it, and I'm still going round to see other banks that can sell it to. Because fraud is killing. If I never knew that one of the banks that I did training for early this year, I didn't know that early this year they were hit by 8.5 billion. Just one single fraud, 8.5 billion. How much are they going to pay me? Less than 3 million naira to run a training for about 35 people. By the time they remove their tax, everything, I will come to about maybe 2 point something million, 2.4, 2 point something million for a 3-day program. And one single hit like that, they lost 8.5 billion. Almost everybody that attended that course were saying, thank God, this course is coming very timely. So innovation. It can be bought out of experience. It can be bought out of pain. Every door that is closed against you is a way of telling you that there is a bigger door to be opened. And that is why we must be innovative. I just sat down. I didn't look at that. Started moaning over the loss of my time and energy, midnight at our bomb, to get that job done. I just sat down. What can I do with the material I already have? I just built it, and I started sending it to banks. And God started giving us favor. God started giving us favor. So innovation, you must begin. Creativity is a valuable workplace skill because it can be a useful tool for developing new ideas, increasing efficiency, and devising solutions to complex problems. Like I just said, the Japanese just came together and they said, let us understudy, and that is what the Chinese are doing now. One boy in the north came up with the idea that, I don't know if we saw it in the social media, idea that you want to use water to generate electricity, a lamp, something like a lamp. He talked about it in Nigeria. Nobody could help him. He has done something, and he saw it that he put salt, he put kinikon, but he want to now do it in mass production. Nobody could do it. He went to China. Somebody just connected him to China, and he went to China. He has done it. He has presented his governor, even supported him in presenting it. When there is no electricity, you have a lamp that you don't need to recharge. Just water and salt. The content is already in the container, and then you have a lamp. It doesn't cost you. You don't need to recharge, so you are not incurring electricity bill. Innovation. So we must begin to think, why is Nigeria poor? They call Nigeria third world. Abi, God created only one word. Hello, somebody. God created only one word, but we are third world. We are third world because we are not productive. God created every man to be productive. Everything that you need to succeed in life, not everything. A lot of things that you need to succeed in life is already deposited in you. I was teaching in the this month that is ending is our prosperity month in my church, and I was teaching them that anybody can be prosperous. If I am here talking the way I'm talking here today, I'm not boasting. I'm only glorifying God. I know where I was coming from. I used to hawk my mind and echo and bread in the morning. In the afternoon, the same basin I used to carry mama is the same basin that I used to carry mama and eja gbigbe on top. And when I come back after school, if I'm not hawking, I'm in my mother's by the roadside, not a shop, by the roadside, that I'm sitting down with him selling anything goes. As he's selling agbalumo, he's selling orange, he's selling plantain, he's selling banana, he's selling anything that you can talk about. The only thing my mother cannot do is to steal. And that's how we grew up. And I was telling them, if you are poor, it is by choice. Poor, the word poor means passing over opportunity repeatedly. All of us have opportunity. We have over 200 million people, and we have about 26 million in Lagos alone. When I came to Lagos in 1967, 1968, we have some people that were using bucket, that pang bucket, to carry shit. There was no salanga in those days. Some people, through their ingenuity, creativity, they devise that people will shit and they will go there to go and use bucket to carry it and they go and do you know what they wrote on their car? Shit money no dey smell. So when I came to Lagos, the only thing I could not do was to steal. I was doing homelessing. I had HND and I had ACIB. I could not get a job in a bank before I went to write ICANN again. So anybody that is poor, especially we must teach Christians that God did not create a poor man. We must be innovative. We must have creative ideas that can put money in our pockets. A teacher that is lazing about after finishing teaching people and is just now lazing about, we live in one room apartment forever. Because unless he wants to steal or do all sort of things to get money, he won't get enough money to make him live like a king. God has created every one of us to live like a king. I wrote two of my papers to be published in Life Journal. I'm doing my doctoral program in Life Theological Seminary, which is an affiliate of the University of Ibadan. And two of my is on pastoral entrepreneurship. Pastors must even get engaged and be doing something by the wayside. If we cannot do it ourselves, we can empower our wives to do it. Anytime I'm not, my wife has been in the camp since Wednesday. I sit down in the shop when I don't have training or I don't have any consultancy work to do. I sit down, I carry my laptop to the shop. I sit down in our shop. I will be monitoring how the guests are selling. Otherwise, they will sell and pocket it and take our money away. It doesn't reduce anything from me. Even when I was in the bank, I take my leave every Christmas to come and support her. I will sit down with her in the shop doing a Christmas pack, this pack. It didn't remove anything from me. Even as a pastor, it didn't remove anything from me. So in some cases, it is skill that can be learned and developed over time. Innovation is the process of creating something new or improving an existing product. I think I'll talk about that. This involves introducing new goods, method, markets, sources, organization. Innovation is the practical implementation of ideas that result in introduction of new goods and services or their improvements. Innovation can be distinguished from invention, which is the creation of something that did not exist before. Example of innovation, I brought some examples. I say Apple. Apple was 2 billion company in 1997, then jumped to 700 billion valuation in 2005 as a result of the innovation that came from the MacBook, iPod, iPad. All of us now carry iPad. We have laptop, we still carry iPad. Even when we don't need it. In fact, some people carry it as a symbol status. I am now, when you are AGM, they give you iPad in my office. So, in fact, when they see the iPad in the office, if it is not your own, they know that you are AGM. So some people carry it as a symbol status, even when they don't need it. And so the company is just making money on our foolishness. It's making money. You too can make money and ride on people's foolishness to make your money. You are not stealing. You are adding value. So the company is now worth, as at 2023, I don't know what is worth in 2025. As at February 2023, it's worth $2.545 trillion. $1 trillion, not trillion naira. $1 trillion. Tesla built an electric car. We are talking, MD was talking about electric car. Well, we still come to how we started. We started by trekking. My mother they were trekking to Mina to go and buy yere in those days. You know what they call yere? That seed that they use for what do you call it? Iru. That seed, locust bean that they use for Iru. They used to trek from Elisha to Imina in those days. And you now begin to wonder how many days. I was listening to Mommy Ibuku Odushote. And is he Odushote? Awoshika. He said that his father was the first set of Muslim that went to Mecca from Ibadan. And the first time he went, he spent 7 years before he came back. He said by the second time he went, that by the time he died, he was even thinking that we have some, maybe he went second time to go and see some of his children that he had there. That there is no way a man can leave home for 7 years and will not have children along the way. She was just jesting, making jest of it. But that was how we started trekking from here to Saudi Arabia. And you hear what she said. It took her father 7 years to travel and to come back. That was how we started trekking.
By the way, Apple is 3 trillion.
Now, thank you, sir. Like I said, I didn't know this as of February 2023. I was updating 3 trillion. So you can see Tesla built the electric car. We are still boasting that we have fuel. That fuel will become a tissue paper in our hands very soon. Because by the time we have generator that does not use fuel, we have a car that does not use fuel. All our lights are now solar lights. When they started the Bahm last year, my first bill was 320,000 in my house. I said, this is not a factory now. So as I leave home now, my wife has not come. It's when she comes that you go and on the button of the inverter and then go and put the light on, because I already put it in neutral and already off the inverter. So the whole house is now, and that has reduced my 320 to about 160,000 naira a month. My pension is 182. So look at that. So it's not enough to cover my electricity alone. I have to innovate to get money because I cannot steal. And they give me some allowance in the church, but what I spend back in the church is more than what I earn in the church. These days, the parishioners will become to you as a pastor. You can't say, God bless you, and pray for them and go. You have to bless them physically. They want to do one thing or the other. You too must be able to nyanga and put something down. It's gone at those days that pastor will be looking at Omonjo to eat. Not even in Pentecostal. So Uber was founded in 2009 and has become a 500 billion company in just 6 years. It is now worth 63.92 billion in market capitalization in February 2023. Maybe I need to update this thing. I don't know. We have InDrive, we have Bolt, we have Shortler. In fact, some people started something like a Shortler now in Nigeria. My daughter, goes with it. Anytime our neighbor don't carry her because they work in the same area in VI, Oniru area. Anytime he's not going with our neighbor, he will book for a bus. Do you know they now have buses? That is now a company now, buy some buses, and what they do is that they run it like a Uber. So you just go to their platform and you register. You are going with them, and then you pay 2,500 from Obudu to VI to Fro, and they are cashing in, making their money. There is no day that bus is not full, because people prefer to pay 2,500 than to pay 1,200, 5,500, and they get kidnapped along the way, or they enter one chance or whatever. They throw them out of the car, and that's what. And it's fully air conditioned, cooling. People are using their brain to get money in Lagos. Are you hearing me, somebody?
Yes.
This is how we started telephone. How many of you remember? When we come to Lagos, in fact, it is when you come to Lagos or Ibadan then. We have it in Lesha, I can't remember. But when you come to Lagos or Ibadan, that's when you see a polling booth. I used to use one very close to post office in Marina, and another one very close to that Freedom Park.
Yes, it was.
This is how we started telephone. We will kill.
The hospital.
We will kill. And from time, we started having, they did this one, and like that, and like that. And how many of you remember this one? That you, no. I said it in my church, not many people relate with it. In fact, when I talk about the bucket carrying shit, only 2 people raise their hand. One elderly man, which is about 70 years, and another woman, which is like my age, about 62, 63. Those are the only people that remember that. No, so none of our youth will remember all this. Then came the one that you press. 1, 2, 3 is already there. But this one, 1, 2, 3 is in the hole, which you have to ring. You have to ring. And then how many of all those Motorola and Turaya and we know that one. We know that one. How many of us know this one? Nokia 3310. Don't buy Lumonless. Don't buy PCs. You just pack it again and then you start using it. Unlike our gone at the days, it's gone like where you're joining. So Nokia, the most rugged phone I've ever used. Then now we have somebody prophesied this thing in 1947. That very soon we'll be looking at glasses and we'll be talking to ourselves. I saw that newspaper, Telegraph, of 1947 in UK. It was just like this man that they always see tomorrow. He was just talking and it was just, like predicting what will happen in future. That we'll be looking at, is it not a glass? He said we'll be looking at mirror and we'll be talking to ourselves. Is it not happening now? But how many people, it may not be a prophet, and in fact, it's not a prophet, I think it's a scientist. He's already researching into what will happen in future. Some people are just specialized in that. Some people are specialized in implementation of those research. But when we are lazy and we are not thinking, like I said, good thinking, good product. Your thought level determines your life. The Bible makes us to know it that as a man thinketh, so he. If you think rubbish, I was teaching in the Bible study, talking about a business idea generation. Telling them that nobody should be poor. Nobody. If you are poor, it is by choice. So your thought level determines your life. If you are thinking, one woman stood up and they said, I have nobody to help me. I said, Jesus met the man by the pool of Bethesda. Abi, he started telling story. He became a storyteller. Don't consider yourself as a storyteller. That was in the Bible. I don't want to hear anybody telling story. My father did not pay one dime of my school fees. I was doing alabaro. I would go to people's farm to go and cut cocoa plantation for people. I will make heap for people. I will cut bush. Then we will come back to come and burn it and then make heap for them. That was how I spent money on myself to spend myself to secondary school. So when I got to secondary school, I wanted to enter polytechnic, that my mother's younger brother now took me. Then Bola Ige still gave us a free education to some extent. He bought some books, gave me some encouragement, some allowances, all the caution fee income that we pay, about 65,000 I remember. That was what he gave me, and he bought books and some other things for me. It was only when I went for my HND that he now took it over fully because I left home. And when I come back, 8 weeks holiday, I will spend it in a poultry farm, family poultry farm, between Kaduna and Oshogo. So if you are poor, it is a choice. I don't own that my brother did not send me to school. My one younger brother used to say that, his father, I said, come off it. Come off it. Your father has done his own. What are you doing for your children? So you too want to be responsible because your father didn't send you to school? Transportation. We have gone through how telephony system started. This is transportation. Like I told you, I can't remember Ibukun Awoshika's father's name in Ibadan, one of the chief imam in Ibadan. They trek, and he said his father spent 7 years to trek to Saudi Arabia and come back. That was how we started. Before we started using horses, before we started using carts, we now build carts like Omolanke. How many of us know Omolanke? Not many people will know Omolanke. Anyway, we still see Omolanke. People that still carry rubbish, these waste bins that use tire. That's what we call Omolanke, in case you don't know. Young people in the house, in case you don't know. That's Omolanke. That's what we normally use to carry load, pushing it in the market. So before the Omolanke, they now find a way of tying it to the horse or donkey, and that was how transportation started. Trekking, using horse or donkey, then move on to Omolanke.
Omolanke, because you are the one pushing, you want comfort. You now tie the Omolanke to the donkey or to the horse, and the horse or the donkey will be pulling the Omolanke, and you sit down inside it like a car. From there, we move on to this level. That's BMW, be my wife. From there, we move on to Mercedes-Benz, Lexus, and so on. Then we move on to train, rail transportation. How many of us know the locomotive? Locomotive. Not many people know the locomotive. I used to join locomotive from Oshogbo to Kaduna in 1978 when I was the first time I traveled to go and meet my elder brother. I have 4 of my siblings, 3 from my father's side, 1 from my mother and father. The other 3 are my stepmother. 4 of them are in Kaduna. And as God will have it, 87 when I finished school, they posted me to Kaduna. In fact, I told my uncle, one of my auntie, Ifeolu Grammar School, Oloshogbo, Auntie Mercy, the first child of Ifeolu, happens to be the NYC coordinator for your state then. And is it your Oshun? I don't know if they have created Oshun at that time. And I now asked uncle, he said, let the invisible hand of God operate in your life. I can't forget that statement. I said, okay, sir. And when I will see posting, it is where all my siblings are that they posted me to. I said, invisible hand of God, thank you. They didn't take me to Calabar, they didn't take me to anywhere that I don't have relatives. In a town where I have 4 of my biological siblings, that's where they posted me to. I lived like a king among them for my 1-year attachment. Yeah, you just say NYC. So locomotive, that's how transportation started. You know, and today we have, how many of us have entered the Blue Rail? Unfortunately, I have not entered. I'm going to enter it. My daughter has entered it from even from Lagos to Ibadan. In fact, next time I'm traveling to Ibadan, I'll book it so at least I can enjoy it. You know, it's good too. So those are innovation. Let it not be lost on us. We are trying to trace innovation, and we are trying to trace what people have done. What are you doing? What am I doing to improve? Anywhere you see opportunity, you will see need. Anywhere you see need, there is need for a solution. Anywhere there is solution, there is money. So when I came in here, I saw this, I said, wow. Before I opened my mouth to say, so you have this kind of a clinic, they started telling me, they did this here, they have 2, and there's a room. I said, wow, you just took it out of my mouth. That's the question I wanted to ask. Like you're already telling me, they have about 8 rooms, they have clinic. So anytime we are organizing training now, if you have open training and people are coming from outside Lagos, we can get their rooms here. And we can come here to come and do it. Instead of them looking for where they will stay, we already have a total package. They pay for the training, and we already have room. We just say select your type, and then they pay directly to the church. We will just facilitate. I say, wow! I was just liking it to what I saw in Lona. They have halls, but it's built like a church, you know. I don't even like whatever environment like that. This is a cozy environment, you know. But they have good rooms there too, and they have cheap rooms where you can have a room like this, and you have 4 beds at 4 corners with a toilet and bath, you know. And the room with that facility, 4 bed, toilet and bath, is just 10,000 naira per night. Very cheap. That's where I'm taking it, because the last time my teenagers did the church, they just posted me to the last time they did a program, about 80 something of them, they were sleeping in the church. I said, wow. They asked the boys to stay downstairs. I said, no, that's not hygienic, and that is not even conducive for what the kind of setting that I represent. Where are they sleeping? No mattress, no nothing. Next one they are organizing, I will go and pay there, or I come here, where they will have good hall, and then yeah, and they will have rooms that they can use. So innovation. So innovation is talking about ideas. Ideas comes from your intelligence, your thought level. What the quality of your thoughts? What are you thinking? That's what will produce idea. And I read a book by Samadiyemi. Reverend Sam Adeyemi. He said, idea rules the world. Idea rules the world. Anything that can starve you of idea will starve you of your destiny. Anything that can stop you from producing ideas, either to improve the church or to improve your workplace. A lot of people have an entitlement mentality. They have been on one point, they are doing the same job for 10 years and they think you should be promoted. You only have 1 year experience, not 10 years experience, because you have only done one thing in 10 years. Hello, somebody. A robot will do the same thing. And in fact, robots are doing it now. How many of us know that First Bank has a robot in one of the branches in VI? In most of our hospitals, both in Nigeria and South Africa, they are now robots are the one carrying drug to go and administer it to patients. And they will locate the right patient, deliver the right drug, the right food that the patient already ordered is what they will take there. So, young people, listen to me. I will come back to come about the future of work. What are the things that you need to begin to learn? In another 10 years, because in another 5 years, our job, there will be total revolution of the way we do job. My daughter is a software engineer and he works from home now. He only go to office 2 days or 3 days in a week. And it is getting to a point. One of my church members, my church secretary in the former church that I pastored before I moved to this new one, my church secretary was working from home for about 7 months before he relocated to Canada. And he was working for a German company in Germany, in Nigeria. He left, is this SEC, other SEC or SEC? He was a SEC before. And then, before he got that job. When he could not cope, he initially was doing the two together, when he could not cope, because their own time zone now happens to fall in the night. So he will work in the night, he will not be able to perform when the office resides from SEC. And he faced that job for about 7 months before he relocated. It was that job he was doing when he got to Canada that was still successful. They don't know where he's working from. All they needed to know is that he is working. Before he now got another job in Canada that is half a higher pay. So your intelligence, solution, ability to create solution to problems. As our faces are different, so our needs are different. So, inspiration, creativity, most of the idea come through inspiration. There are times that you are in the bathroom, something will come to you. And in most cases, when I don't carry jota, I have my phone. I'll quickly just go to I will WhatsApp my other line. I'm preparing a message for Monday now. Is it Tuesday? When the MD called me to come and to do the introduce to come and take the lead. As the idea was coming to me, I was jotting them. I Googled some, I added it, and the message is almost ready. I may be in toilet and the idea will come. So inspiration. When you are meditating on the word of God, some idea will just be coming to you. The word of God is the biggest resource on earth. It's inexhaustible. Vision. Vision is your ability to see tomorrow. Like I said, the other man said, since 1947, he said, one day we will be carrying mirror, glasses, and we'll be talking to one another. He already researched and saw what could happen, possibilities, endless possibilities. Some people see problem, and I used to tell people that a tailor get his finger pierced when he lost his focus. His eyes, it's not on what he's doing. Our eyes must be on Jesus, and our eyes must be on what goal do we want to achieve for this church? What goal do we want to achieve for our lives? So our eyes must be on the ball at all times. So what is strategy? He said leaders innovative lenses. We are going to talk about the 4 lenses. He said the goal of strategy is to achieve success in our various endeavors. And according to Johnson and Scholl, he defines strategy as the direction. I want us to words. Is the direction and the scope of an organization over the long term. Direction. my father in the Lord, the general overseer of First Baptist Church in Nigeria, Reverend Dr. Sam Aboyeji, will say that if you are going to Ibadan and you face Badagry, you may be running at 120 or 200 kilometers per hour, you will never get to Ibadan. Strategy give you direction. Even in science, some of us that are science oriented, they said that a scalar and vector quantity. A scalar quantity has a magnitude but no direction. A vector quantity has both magnitude and direction. In fact, what they taught us in physics there was that the gun, when you want to shoot, you have to aim and then close one eye and see it clearly. To aim at the direction of. And Apostle Paul said, I am not like them that beat about the bush. If you don't have direction, you'll be beating about, you'll be dissipating energy. Archbishop the host has said that if a man uses pipe to wee-wee, and he wee-wee here, he said, nobody, at 3 minutes, the whole thing will dry, nobody will know that he wee-wee. But if a man uses pipe and put it in one direction, he said, even the ground will respect him, because the ground will ooze out. You will see hole where he is put his pipe there. You will see hole in that place. You will see a mark. So direction, scope, long term. What's our long term? 5 years, 10 years from now? Where do we want to be? How do we want to see BAHN Church? As an individual, where do you want to be? When I joined First Bank in 2009, he said I should write my 10-year goal. And I told them, by the time I retire, I want to retire as a general manager, minimum. And then I want to have my PhD by 2018. Those two goals I couldn't achieve, but I moved towards them. Today, I'm in my final year in my PhD program, and I didn't get to general manager, but I got very close to general manager before I retired. You know, so, but if I do not have, and the one philosophy I learned when I was young is that if you cannot reach the sun, aim at the moon. If you cannot be a tree, try to be a beautiful little straw. You may set a goal for yourself. Even if you are unable to achieve that goal, stretch yourself to see that you hinge towards it. But if you don't have a goal, you'll be drifting. You'll just be like have you seen a guard, that calabash, empty calabash, put it on river. It is, you dance to the right, dance to the left, dance to the right, down to the left. If you don't have a goal for your life or for your organization, then you will just be drifting. So, which achieves advantage? If you don't have a goal and a scope of what you want to achieve, over a period of time, it was the time band, then you cannot take advantage. You won't achieve any advantage for your organization. And then, through the advantage you are going to, which is results you are going to achieve for your organization, is through resources. And with an environment that is an enabling environment, then you meet the need of the market. Even as a church, are we not meeting the need of the market? There are so many lawsuits there. Are we not meeting their need by getting them into the kingdom? Like I said, even people that are in the church, many of them are poor. We are teaching them. God does not want, God delights, he said he takes pleasure in the prosperity of his people. So why must you be poor then if God has pleasure in your prosperity? Why must you be poor? Riches is in category. I am not in the category of Dangote, Abi. But I am not where I'm even going, but I'm not where I used to be. I have told you little about myself, how I started. I am not where I used to be. Not until you have 10 houses. I have only one house in Lagos that I speak to you. In fact, I sold I have about 3 houses. I sold them all, asking, before I could get the one I'm living in now. And when they even pay me off in the bank, I came home, I was telling somebody yesterday, I was almost lamenting. They pay me huge money. But as they pay me, I saw it in the credit, they deducted the loan I took for the house. And I came home with 3.2 million. It was like, begin again. No savings anywhere. I've sold all my shares. I've terminated all treasury bill. Anything that I can say is liquid cash, I don't have. And the 3.2 million I even brought home, my father-in-law died, and the whole thing went there. And since then, God has been sustaining me. God has been sustaining me. So I don't have too many houses. I have only one. Though it's just 2 in 1. I rented one out, and that's where the little money I'm having is coming from. I rented one out. Our house in my place is between 4 to 6 million naira per duplex. So I rented one house, I live in one. So riches is relative. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying you should hate to be, but then when you say somebody is poor, is living in hardship, is finding it difficult to make ends meet, and is not happy. God wants you to be happy. He wants you to be able to make ends meet. Your children want to go to school, not where they pay 20 million per term. All my children went to good schools, and the highest was 1.5 million, per annum when they were in secondary school. The university they went to backup. Backup is a missionary school. They went to backup, even though it was about 1 million naira, 1.2 million when they were there. So to the glory of God, I was able to meet all those small needs. So not until I don't need to. David said, "Don't give me too much riches, so that my heart will not be lifted up against you, and don't make me poor, so that I will not begin to cause you pain." How is my own like this? One of my co-tenants is a senior person to me. I call him Uncle Shegun. He called me one day and he said, "Mike, you won't go far." I said, I'm on the jet here. Back to sender. I will go far. He said, "No, your life is a triangular life. From home to office to church, back home. Home to office to church, back home. That you don't mix, you don't go to club, you don't do this, you don't smoke, you don't drink, you don't carry girlfriend. That the organs in the office that are determining, maybe that is why they were trying to scheme me out when I was due for promotion. I don't know." I'm just remembering now. Maybe that's the reason why they were trying to scheme me out. The organs in the office, they do it together. In fact, they pass girlfriend to one another. The one I have tasted, I pass it to you so that you too can taste it. They smoke together, they drink together. I said, I won't do any of such, and I will get to the top. And God took me as high as God wanted to take me. If man lifts you, it is to the height of the hand of that man. But if God lifts you, it is endless. And God is still lifting us, and He will lift each and every one of us. Amen. So that is strategy. The 4 lenses, like I said, challenging orthodoxies. What is orthodoxies? Because when I thought that when they say Orthodox Church, I thought Orthodox Church is just a. In fact, later in my doctoral program, I later researched, is it masters, that Orthodox is what is even authentic Christianity. So we are now saying, see, orthodoxy means that a body of doctrine and dogma. This is how we do it. When I joined banking, I started teaching in 1992. Immediately I finished my CIBN and ICANN. FITC just called some of us and we started teaching. So I started learning and I teaching people. I went to my cashier and I said, he said, "Sign twice." I said, "Why must I sign twice?" Do you know? They just told them, when the customer come, just let him to sign twice at the back before you give him cash. Auto. Why? They don't know. They know how. They don't know why. Prophet Rudyard Kipling said, "I have 6 honest men. They taught me all that I knew." He said their names are who, when, where, what, why, and how. 5WH. So anything we do in life, we must be ready to know why. Ask and get those 6 honest men in your life. Who is going to do what? Especially when you are setting goals, or you are looking for innovation or whatever. Who is going to do it for us? Who is going to think for us? Who is going to implement it for us? Who is going to... Then what are we trying to achieve? Ask the question, who, what, where are we going to get it done? When is the timeline? Why? Why are we doing it? Then how is it going to be done? Those 6 questions will shape whatever you want to achieve. And you get it done. So challenging orthodoxies means questioning deeply helps dogma and common assumption within your company. This is the way we do it. So that day I now told the cashier, this is why. Because there is what they call negotiable instrument. It's one of the principles in negotiable instrument. You know, this is the reason why this. I went to standing back Ogudu Road, and I wanted to drop my wife's check into a company account. She's the owner, sole proprietor of that company. And I wanted to pay her check into that company account, and the cashier said, he won't accept it. The operation head said, I said, go and call your CSO, customer service. I said, go and call your operations manager or your relationship manager for me. The body of knowledge I carry is almost like a PhD in banking and finance. Go and call. When they call the operations manager, I said, yes, they said you won't accept this. I said, yes, it's not the same name. And I said, no. That means you didn't pass through the banking school. They didn't give you. I have been training people now for more than 20 years or 30 years. And I've done for guarantee the orientation for new entrants, 6 months orientation. That is how it started. Now they reduced it to 3 months because of cost. First month, 2 started with 6 months. Now it's 3 months. Wema, all of them do it 3 months. I said, if you have passed through that banking school or they have gone for courses, you will have known that it is the company that you cannot pay to individual. You can pay the individual who is the director of that company into that company account. They now call somebody and they now say it is true. They now apologize and collected it from you.
They are charged there for
do it though. In fact, I don't want to do it because people, I have seen how they abuse it. The church where I worshiped for about 28 years before they posted me out to go and pastor a church is now doing Bible study online. Initially, we tried this, that, but we now discovered that during the COVID, our attendance in those programs were more than. But you know, people were at home, they couldn't go elsewhere. But now, even online courses that we do, we discovered that some people will even put the machine on and they will go to kitchen. They are not listening, they are not benefiting. So that is our argument why we don't want online Bible study. But I noticed that my former church have started it and the attendance is encouraging. When they are physical, they are less than I think they are even doing hybrid now. People that can make it physical, they come to church. People that can make it hybrid, they now count the number of people that join online with physical. Instead of having like 36, 42, they are now having 80 something, 100 and something. That is challenging the Orthodox. What can we do differently? People are head up in traffic. I have seen where I am presently. You know, I said that we don't do hybrid and we don't do virtual. At the point of sharing grace, I will see some of my banker because I encourage them to, even if it is to meet grace, come and share and receive grace. They will just be coming when it is 5-10 minutes to closing. Me, I'm already thinking too. Can we? Though some people will be lazy, they won't join. Some people will join online, they won't listen to what you are saying. That is my thinking. But some people are already challenging the orthodoxy. When Jerry Eze started this prayer online, do you know some of what derived him? Jerry Eze is the highest follower as a pastor in Africa. And anytime he does physical program, it's like a flood. He went to London and he took a 15,000 auditorium. People pay the cost of the auditorium. He had to recoup it from people. They pay to come and attend prayer seminar, and the auditorium was overfilled. 15,000 auditorium. They were paying to attend, and they all came. How did they get to know him? And they started following him to the extent that over 15,000 people came to attend a physical program. It is now online. My second daughter does not joke with it. If we have morning devotion that clash with it, he would prefer to stay without prayer before she got married. She will, daddy, that's the way it was. You already know that you are stressing her. And he will tell you he wants to finish that prayer before I speak to man. He wants to speak to God before he speak to man. I cherish it. I cannot stop her from doing it. So we must begin to challenge orthodoxy. What can we do differently? Our youth are highly mobile. They are joining other ministries because there is a void that has been created. What can we do differently to bring them in and yet not lose the relevance of Christianity? Harnessing trends, spotting unnoticed trends and discontinuities which could substantially change the rules of the game. What are the trends that we have noticed? How can we use it to change the rule? And especially when I'm talking about Christianity, it must, our parents told us that we should not change the ancient landmark. The ancient landmark is that the truth of the gospel must not be diluted. I do tell my people where I am that he who has sinned will die. They say I'm too harsh. I say I will be harsh. That's the way the Bible put it. The Bible did not say I should color it for you. Don't fornicate so that no. I used to tell the young people that the girl child is at the receiving end. If a boy and a girl enter room and they do the thing, who will get pregnant? Is the girl. If you want to hide your sin and you want to commit abortion, who can die in the process? It is the girl. If you don't die, if your womb is going to rupture, whose womb is going to rupture? It's the girl. And I used to tell the boys too that your erection must not direct your life. It must not give you direction. I use an example of one of our elder senior in secondary school. He impregnated somebody and they refused to collect the girl and the baby. The Papa just said, you will see. He used to be our librarian. If you get to my village now, a carrying block, one of the most brilliant minds in my town at that time. Just one single 5 minutes enjoyment destroy his destiny. Somebody just said, you will hear, but willing bomb, you go here. And that was the end of his destiny. If he had known, he would have bring them, I'll take care of them. He would have become a big man today. His mates became PhD holders, directors of ministries before they retired. If you see him now, you will cry. Not that you will pity him, you will cry as a parent. It's like walking around the streets like a mad, in fact, not like a mad man. So we should let our young people know implication of what they are doing. We don't dilute. So that is the authenticity. We should not follow trend to dilute the authenticity of the scripture. Then leveraging resources, thinking of the firm as a portfolio of skills, thinking of our church, of our organization as a portfolio of skills. Because I used to tell people that as we have the body parts, so we have different people in the organization. Some people are head, thinkers. Some people are eyes. I went for an audit with the boy that told me that there's only 3 of us that they stand up for anytime we come to the office. We went to Abeokuta to go and do an audit to review some credit files. In less than 1 hour, I came up with 3 files having the same person. It took 3 different postures of photograph, and he used those 3 different postures, the same dress, the same hairdo, the same glass, everything, and he used it to open 3 different accounts with 3 different names, and they used it to collect loan. And they have NIN. The NIN follows serially. I said, how can this be? In less than 1 hour, I came up with those, and I discovered that it is fraud. He asked me, okay, how will I say, Monkey, how do you get to see all these things? I said, some of us, it's not that they train us. God already trained our eyes to see errors. So people they are high, and the head cannot do the work of the eye. The hand cannot do the work of the leg. So some people are mouth, people that can talk. If you can talk, as a lawyer, as a marketer, as a trainer. Some people, they have leg. If you have leg and you have mouth, you are a marketer. So the same way, all of us are the way we are different, wired differently. It's the same way our skills are different, and we must harness it together to use it for the upliftment of our church, of our company, and everywhere we find ourselves, of our community. So we must leverage on all the resources that God has given us. Then we must understand needs. It is needs. We have said it. It is need that brought us together. As a church, we are fulfilling some needs. Abi? The first need is that we must gather people to go to heaven. Snatch them, rescue them, perishing. So that is the first need. And when you bring them together, you must meet their need. Spiritual need, nurture them, disciple them to come up. Some people believe, that's the way God created me. I don't used to talk. I am not an outgoing person. I married a woman that is an outgoing person, very ebullient. And she started drawing me. And that was how I became, in fact, I used to tell her that I don't master you. I don't master you now. So there is nothing God created you with that you cannot improve. We are not saying change your nature. No, but you can improve on what God has given you. He gave you the knowledge. The last time I checked, it was in chapter 2 that God stopped creating. When he created Eve, Abi, and he brought it to Adam. That was the last time God created. So you are now a co-creator with God. Did God create the aeroplane that we are riding today? Did he create the train? Did he create the car? You are now a co-creator. You have the creative capacity. Say, what I saw my father do, so I do. And whatever, and greater works than I do, you will do. Oh, are we not Christians? He saw clips. He saw clips from his father. He saw clips. God was showing him clips, and he was showing him film, and he was doing it. And he said, what we have seen him do, we will do greater works. So we must understand needs. So the needs that where did I put the pointer? Oh, it's in my pocket. So challenging orthodoxies. What is the dominant convention in your field? What is the dominant convention? Sorry, it should be what is. What is the dominant convention in your field, market or industry? Okay, it's correct. What if the dominant convention in your field, market or industry are outdated? What if they are outdated? What if they are unnecessary? There are some controls we built in the office that are already redundant. As an internal auditor, I will review them and I will say, oh, this control is no longer relevant. With the introduction of this IT, there was a time that the first audit I did as a credit auditor, I went out to do audit and I recovered 433 million for the bank. I was doing the audit of commercial banking. And I discovered that most of the RM were not collecting the flat fees. Possibly the customer account is not funded and they will forget. I just did audit of about 18 months and I recovered. And the bank said, go and do it from so year to so year. So that we can recover as many. And they called all of us together. How do we block this loophole? And the IT said, no, we did it just IT driven. And as they are booking, the customer account is debited. If the customer account is not debited, you cannot disburse. And that was how they stopped all those leakages. So now, if I want to go back to say, I want to be checking whether I'm already deceiving myself. What I need to check is the system they put in that IT-driven system, is it working the way it's supposed to work? Not to go back to go and be checking manually whether the debit or the didn't debit. So, harnessing trend. Where are the shifts and discontinuity that we now and in the future provide the energy you need for a major leap forward? Leveraging resources. How can you arrange existing skill and assets into new combinations that add up to more than the sum of their parts? Understanding need. What are the unmet needs and frustration that anyone else is simply ignoring? There are some things that we are just trying to endure. What are those things that you are enduring or somebody else is enduring and you can create something to meet those needs and they will begin to enjoy. I used to tell people when I go for marriage seminar that marriage is meant to be enjoyed, not to be endured. So, using MIT 3 lenses approach to innovation, say this emphasizes practical approach to leaders striving to build effective innovation behavior and long-term capability within their organization. So, how do we build innovative behavior and create long-term capability? How do we capacitate our people, build capacity in our people? I was already thinking of a business clinic. I was talking to my head of strategy yesterday. I said, business clinic. So it gave me somebody who is equally and a senior manager also in a Providence bank that is head of credit. I said, thank God, I have somebody like me. So I'll put him in charge of business. He will be, at least I've been reviewing credit, and he will be able to tell people, we want to create small fund, recyclable fund. I told men, the minute I got there, I gave them 5 pillars. I said, number 1 is spiritual nurturing. Number 2 is infrastructural upgrade. Number 3 is family care. Number 4 is capacity building. Number 5 is empowerment, economic empowerment. And that is why we declare the month of June as Prosperity Month, and we're teaching about business ideas. We have rolled out over 60 business ideas people can do. Common ice block. We saw it somewhere. 5:30 a.m. My friend was passing through and he saw more than 60 people queuing to buy something. He said he didn't even understand what was going on. He parked. They were going to Ibadan for a burial. He parked before he go and pick his friend. And then he got there and he saw them. What are you people? All of them echo, ice block. Ice block? You want to buy ice block? Say yes. We came very early so that the people that will come with tricycle and truck, we will be here, we buy our own before they come and pack the rest. I said, he got to my friend's place, which is 700 meters to that place. He asked my friend, our third friend, in this place, where can we get ice block? He said, Wade Baga. Baga is 7 kilometers away from that place, and or 8 kilometers. Where they are seeing, what do you say about idea of this ice block? It's a good idea. In fact, I was thinking about it because our light is regular. Don't you think you are taught too much enough to begin to take action? You now show him the place where people are gathered. And he said he came back 1 week after to come and see the woman running that business. The woman said that if he triple his production, he cannot meet demand. My friend said he has been seeing people queuing there, but he thought they are laborers waiting for truck to carry them to construction sites. Passing over opportunity repeatedly. He has been thinking of how he can enhance his economic well-being. The market is there, waiting for him, but he's still thinking. Pastor Femi Emmanuel, he said he went for a conference, and when he went to that conference, he saw a lady who is good at singing, and he was leading the praise. The first year, he met him and shake, and then, see me after the clinic, where's your album? He said he doesn't have a album. Well, don't you think about one? Second year, he went and met her. She's leading, and he said, well, what about the album we talked about? He has not come up with any album. The third year, Ashimolowo came from London. And Femi Emmanuel was to minister immediately after Ashimolowo. And Ashimolowo, the same question Femi Emmanuel had been asking is the same question. When they saw the zeal and the talent this lady had, Ashimolowo said, what about your album? Still, the third year, he did not have album. That's where those people stopped. He said when he got to his turn to come and minister, he didn't even ask, where is your album? Because he will know the answer. So a lot of us are passing over opportunity repeatedly, things that we can use to get money legitimately without robbing anybody, so that you can go to heaven. So the 3 lenses framework provides a synthetic point of view for understanding challenges and opportunities which are listed below. They're talking about opportunities. There are opportunities everywhere around us. So, and you begin to think, where is your passion? Where is your talent? Where is your DNA? Are you a mouth person, a leg person, a mouth and leg person? If you are a mouth person, you can be a marketer, like I said, if you have leg with it. You are a lawyer, or you can be a mouth person, you can be a lawyer, you can be a facilitator or a trainer. So, And you have to be a head person too. So, opportunities. So, ecosystem lens, focus on the broader context, stakeholders and ecosystem that impact innovation. So, what can you innovate? What idea can you bring to the market that is needed within your ecosystem, within your organization, within your community? A guy was frying a dundu. We all know dundu now. Yamabi. He was frying dundu. When he finished dundu, he will fry pop-off. And when he finished pop-off, he will fry dodo. And that is the 3 things the guy was doing consistently. As he's finishing this, he's doing this. The last time I went to Labule is doing the same thing. They are frying, they are putting a corporate setting. And the guy that is doing that is already building house at Mowe without robbing anybody. And I doubt if that guy has investment of up to 50,000 in the pop-off dundu and when he started. The money started with just a gas, that hydrogen gas, a frying pan, a gas cylinder. That's all he started with. And then he bought the raw material, dundu, bought some yam, bought some plantain, bought some what do you have it again? A pop-off, the flour and the whatever that we mix together. As he's doing dundu, he's doing he's doing pop-off, and he's making cool money. People are buying, as they are buying dundu, he's doing some pepper to add to it, and it's making money. So within your ecosystem, within the church, what can we innovate? What can we innovate to improve the existing structure that we met? A lot of ministers do what they call maintenance ministry, just to maintain what they met. Immediately I got to where I got to, and I've just spent 6 months at the end. By tomorrow, 2 days after, I'll be 6 months. And they have seen a lot of impact. I changed the altar. The hall is too small for me. There is a particular place that they say that they are just using like a bay that has no meaningful use. I collapsed it. I extended it, and it took additional 25 people. I inherited a church of 247 in December. By April ending, we were already 401. So they must see your vision. They must see, within your ecosystem, you must have impact. Your innovative idea must bring impact. Capacity learning, examine and organizational internal capability, resources. I have a lot of people, but a lot of them don't know what they're supposed to do. They carry good idea, they carry zeal, they carry talents, but it's not being harnessed. And that is the next phase we are going to, capacity building. So that I told them, as soon as we do an election, in my church we do election. We elect people into council, As soon as we do that and we appoint all the ministry leaders, we are going to go into about 5-hour session to reshare our vision and then talk to ourselves. And in that meeting, that's when I'm going to share out, you are head of mission evangelism, this is your duty, a job description. The way they do it in the secular, I'll give you a JD. So it's easy for me to know whether you are performing or not. It's easy for you too to assess yourself whether you are performing or not. If you want to serve God, I put a slogan on the platform. I said, there will be a distinction between you who come to Jesus and those who come to church. If you want to serve Jesus, serve Jesus. If you want to come to church as a bench warmer, just come as a bench warmer. Enough of religiosity. No. We are in the end time. If you want to make heaven, make heaven. If you want to go to hell, don't come to my church. If it's 100 people I can carry to heaven, I'm contented. But as much as many that will come, he said, I will not in any way cast them. So that is it. But we must let them know that this is what God expects of them. Capability. So you must build capability. They may not have the knowledge. Teach them what they needed to do. They may have the knowledge. They may not know how to harness it to achieve the organization objective. Link what they have, what they carry, with what you carry, so that they can see the linkage effect and harness it together to achieve what you want to achieve for God. Stakeholders then is consider the interests and needs of various stakeholders. What are the interests and the needs of the various stakeholders? So the personality type, we can consider it under the following. The personality, understand how your personality trait influence your leadership style. I used to talk about it, we have 4 major category of personality traits, according to Tim LaHaye. You can get the book, Why You Act the Way You Do, or Split Control Temperament by Tim LaHaye. It tells us that we have 4 dominant personality types. We have the phlegmatic, the sanguine, the choleric, and then the melancholic. But no individual has these 4 without a mixture. We carry a mixture of, because I was made to know by research that the individual person that you meet carries 7 personality. 3 generations. The grandfather, father, mother, then your father and your mother, then yourself. Your father has father, mother. Your mother has father, mother. Then the 2 of them, the father and the mother, and yourself. So you carry 3 generations, and you are 7 in one person. And that is why that your husband you marry, you want him to behave like you, he cannot behave like you. But like I said, you can influence your wife as a leader. You can influence your husband as a leader. To begin to, at a point, one of our pastors asked us, is that your sister? I said, no, it's my wife. And you are almost looking alike. Because my wife and myself, we are 5 and 6. We don't have too many friends. We are, the 2 of us are together, then we are their friends, immediate friends. And you are already looking alike. I said, that's the way it should be. we have been sleeping together for more than 15 years, so we should look alike. That was us at that time. So we've been married now for about 31 years. So I said we should. I mean, that's the way it should be. So personality type. So you must now know you are a leader. How is your personality? What kind of personality do you carry? And then how is it affecting your leadership style? Every leader has his own style. And you must now begin to let people understand. When you get to a place, let them understand your own style, so that they won't think that, oh, he's just changing what he met on ground. I mean, I have to change it to suit my style. Otherwise, I will struggle to follow another person's style. And that is why you must be open and transparent in explaining things to your congregation or to your subordinates, that this is the way I want us to do it going forward. If I follow another person's style, I will struggle and you won't achieve, I won't be at my best. Let me follow my style, then let me readjust all of you to follow me. So let them know. So you must let them know, how your personality traits influence your leadership style and how it dovetails into the organization, achieving the organization's objective. Developmental perspective, vertical development, reflect on your growth and adaptability over time. I was talking on the Father's Day, I was telling fathers that, your own experience in life is the best teacher. Reflect on your past. How did your father handle you? And you think it is good enough to handle your own children. Reflect in the past what your father did to you that you didn't like, and don't do it to your children. So that is it. Growth and adaptability. So how do we adapt our leadership style and our growth? What have we passed through in the past? How has it affected our leadership style? Which one is good aspect of it? Reinforcement. Which one is not good, so that we can remove it? If something is not good and you keep on repeating it, it will injure others. You may not know. Inadvertently, you may be injuring others, and then they will not be motivated to follow you to do what you expected them to do. So, then resilience, evaluate your ability to bounce back from setback. We must all be resilient, and we must teach our people to be resilient. A lot of us are teaching our children to be butter. I told them, I am a packy man, and you have to be packy. I lost my job in 2006 when my first child was about 11 years. And the second one was about 9. The third one was about 6, 9, 11. And we were going to the mountain to pray together. When they are on vacation, we went about 3 times before I got another job. Because my destiny is tied to their destiny. And they must suffer what I suffer, so that they will not suffer what I suffer. Hello, somebody? Yeah. They must suffer what I suffer, so that they will not suffer what I suffer. I was discussing with the last baby at home, it's about 27 now. I was discussing with her, and I said that God has given you grace. What we suffer, you are not suffering. And what you suffer, your children will not suffer. So they suffer with me. 1 week, Monday, from Sunday night, they will eat. They will break on Friday. 7, 6, 9, 11. They were fasting with us, me and my wife, about 3 times in a year. 1 week, full 1 week. And to the glory of God, I started something where, and then after 3.5 years, I dabbled into microfinance. Me and my friend set up microfinance before God opened First Bank for me. And since I joined First Bank, they have been enjoying. If they didn't suffer what I suffer, they would have suffered what I suffer. Because if I don't have money to train them, they would have been struggle all their life. But like I said, I watched a video that a father and 2 children were standing, and they said, if you never struggle to find out what you eat, step forward. Their father step back, and the children step forward. If you have never struggled what clothes you will wear, step forward. If you have never struggled how you pay your school fees, step forward. They were stepping forward. Their father said, is it me that will say I didn't suffer what I will eat? Is it me that will say I didn't suffer what I will wear? Is it me that will say I didn't suffer the book I buy or the school fees I pay? I pay my school fees from primary to secondary school, like I mentioned earlier. So we must build children and youth. Youth, hear me. You must be resilient. Let me use an example of what happened in Chicago, in US. A young man lost his job, and he couldn't pay his mortgage. And he has never passed through difficult time in his life. And he just thought a way out. The only way out is to kill myself, kill my wife, and kill my 2 children. And he just carried his revolver. Bam, 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 bam. And he killed himself. 4 of them dead. Because he is not resilient. He never thought he could bounce back. I have lost job twice. And the last one I lost, I did not even know what I did. I didn't just woke up one day to say, they said they needed somebody to go to a particular department when they put one man on suspension. That's how I entered trouble. My MD that I've worked with before just said, Michael can do it. Just look at it. Michael is sitting in this bank. What is he doing? I put him on suspension too. And that was how they called me on Saturday morning, like this. When you are coming on Monday, please don't come in tie, you come in mufti. Okay? Because it was the MD that called me, I obeyed it, and the HR too called me. They said, go and see HR on Monday morning. I went there. Till tomorrow, no query, no disciplinary committee report. I was on suspension for 5 months. It took the intervention of God and my younger brother, who is in the House of Rep member. You know him now. Honorable Wale, he's still there in the House of Rep. That time, he was in the House of Rep. He was the committee chairman for defense. He was the one that God used for me. He just called me one day. But Dabolewa, I'm on my way to Ikorodu. I want to go and learn how to do fish farming. And that was how he said, bring petition 7 a.m. tomorrow. That's around 4 p.m. I just went to Jibogu to go and take night bus. 7 a.m. I was in his house in the Alco Villa. And that was how we took petition to CBN, petition to House, petition to Senate. And that was how Adenuga called me back. Till tomorrow, I don't know my offense. I was on suspension for 5.5 months. But my brother told me, please don't resume in that place. Resign immediately. Because it's either they kill you or they look for an offense to rope you and they will dismiss you and they will damage your career. I obey my brother. I suffered 3.5 years. I was at home, no job, before God opened the door for a First Bank for me. So teach your children resilience. Teach the young people resilience. Let them know suffering is part of life. He said, after a little while that you have suffered, I will settle you. Hello, somebody. So let them know that resilience is part of life. If you have not suffered, then you won't know value of life. Deliberately don't give your children everything that they need. And a lot of us even give them what they want, even what they don't want. Want is different from need. A lot of us give them what they want. After you satisfy their need, you give them what they want. In fact, you give them what they don't want. You are spoiling them. You are destroying their future. Mindset. Explore your beliefs and mental framework. What are your beliefs? Body of beliefs. So explore your belief and mental framework. Role-based skill and competencies. Assess skill like vision setting, decision making, and communication. I'm going to deliver a paper in one of our programs, July 12, I think. And I'm already building structure for goal setting. I put 2 questions to the organizer that can we do this? Something like this, like that I see here. I'm already putting it to them that can we do a 62 bed? I'm already envisioning that 4-room I saw in whatever. I saw it in that place. 4 rooms of a 4 bed. That is a 16, I mean. 16. 16 times 3 floors. Is it 3 or 4 floors? That will give us 60 something. I'm just trying to say how I came about with that building that I saw in Lona. There are 4 rooms. Each of the room has 4 beds. So we have 4 beds in 4 rooms. 4 rooms is 16. Then 16 times 2 is 32. 32 times 2, 64 bed. I'll change it to 64. I'll go 62. 64 bed. Hostel accommodation. And I think they have land. They have everything. Nobody has thought about it. They just build some ramshackle hostel that people are. And they have. The second thing I say is that your master's program, you must target minimum 100 admission in the next year, 2026-27 admission year. And it is possible. My church alone, they can get more than 100. Talk less of, we have CAC, we have so many other organizations that are coming to us. Come and train their pastors and ministers. But they are not harnessing it. Nobody seems to, when they have that retreat, I say, good. Some of us that in the corporate sector will come and teach you what you need to do to add value to this place that God has given you. In fact, for a long time, nobody to do defense, and the Ikorodu people already took almost more than half of the land. Encroach the place, and you cannot, as a church, will you now be fighting them? They will say, and they call themselves people of God. So, decision making, vision setting, goal setting. They may not have thought about those things. It may look so simple that nobody has ever even thought about it. But by the time they participated, I will ask them to divide them into 2 groups. Some people should do this. How will you achieve it in the next 5 years? This one, how will you achieve it next year, which is less than 365 days time? How will you achieve it? Then let them brainstorm. Let them present it as a paper. They have been giving me seminar paper. It's my turn to give them seminar paper. They will come and present. Do a slide. Come and present. And that will even open the eyes of the leadership to, these are possibilities now. And it is very, very possible. So, we have what we call exploration and exploitation. Exploration is basically, you are exploring an idea. You are dreaming of something in the future. Exploitation is something that is already existing. You want to capitalize and take advantage of what is existing. That one is very short term. Very, very short term goal. But the other exploration is like you are thinking forward. Somebody in 1947 said, oh, one day we will be carrying a mirror and a glass and be talking to one another. That is exploration. So we can distinguish between exploration and exploitation, using this objective strategy and aspect. Exploitation aims to maximize immediate reward. Something that is already existing, you are just exploiting it to gain immediate reward. But you are not thinking forward to think of what can happen in 5 years, what can happen in 10 years. This idea is to focus on using what is already known to make decisions that yield the best outcome. And then the aspect is reward. Exploration chooses action with the highest predicted reward. Otherwise, exploration, a lot of people explore, at least, Adenuga told us when we were with him, that the first oil well he drilled, he lost $10 million because it was a dry well, and the mother was crying and told him never to venture into it, and he rebuilt the border, and today he ventured back into it, and he has gained more than $1 trillion since he started exploring. So exploitation, you just take immediate and then you eat the bread. But you know, like the Bible says, I give seed to the sower and bread to the eater. That's my own explanation of exploitation and exploration. Exploitation is eating the bread and you don't have seed in your hand to plant. You get immediate reward or result. You know, exploitation chooses action with the highest limited reward. It efficiently select known high reward actions, and then risk aversion. It's a risk averter. It doesn't want to take risk. But exploration, like I just mentioned the Adenuga's case, is to think forward to look at what can this thing achieve. And thinking forward achieves better than just eating the bread. You say when a corn goes into the ground, except the corn goes into the ground and die, then it cannot. And I've been a farmer. The last time I checked, when you plant only just one corn, at least minimum of the straw can bring a cup. At times you get 2 cups. And each of the cup, if you count the seed on it, can be at times 200 seeds. So if one single seed goes into the ground, so that is my whole summary of exploration and exploitation. Exploration. Sorry. Okay, this exploration. Seek to gather information about the environment or model. Involve trying out new options. And exploration improve knowledge for potential long-term gain. The other one is short-term. It doesn't want to take risk. This one is taking risk and is thinking of long-term. So, it select action with uncertain results. That's taking risk. It balances the need of new information while exploiting known, solutions. And therefore, exploration thinks forward, think of getting better ideas to improve the future. In summary, striking a balance between exploration and exploitation is crucial for effective learning algorithm. While exploitation leverages existing knowledge, exploration ensures adaptability and discovery of better options for the future. So, leader innovative lenses say you will never reach your destination if you stop and throw stones at every dog that barks. I don't know if that one resonates with anyone. Anytime, anybody, there's a story I learned. A horse fell into the well. The well is a dry well. And they tried to bring out the horse. They put rope on the neck, drag it, and the horse almost suffocate and die. They put it on the leg, they put it on the hand. They almost tear it. They couldn't bring it out because the well is so tight. And they just left the well there. They started throwing rubbish on it. Started throwing, what they say, waste on it. When the waste lands at the back of the horse, he will shake it. He will shake it. And instead of shaking it, he's landing on the floor and he will step on it. He will step on it. He step on it. And that was how a well that's almost 130 feet, the horse was stepping on the rubbish. Stepping on the rubbish. Until it gets to the surface and came out. So at times when people throw stone at you, it's because you carry glory. A tree that does not have fruit does not receive stones. And if you are not going somewhere, people will not attack you. Let me go back to the story of Samson. Samson and the mother and the father, they were going to Timnah. And lion roared at Samson. Hello? Go and read the Bible. And the lion roared at him. He saw the mother. Yes, it had not right. He don't say, he don't finish saying, he don't finish buying. He has nothing to do with life again. He has no where he's going. The lion did not roar at him. No, the lion did not roar at the mother. The person that carried glory is the person the lion roared at. When the lions are roaring at you, it is because you carry glory. The only prayer is that every roaring lion, the Lord will silence them in Jesus' name. So it's not everybody that throws stone at you or every dog that barks at you that you stop to challenge. Otherwise, we will not get to the destination. Keep on keeping on, keep on moving. Lord will take us to our destination in Jesus' name. So you can read this. Okay, this is something that is summarizing what I've just said. Focus, keeping current operation running, discover, incubate, and accelerate products and services. That's exploration. I've used Adenuga's example. He was selling tomato. Tomato paste is what he was selling in Bahm. Before God linked him with some rich people, and they asked him to go and represent them. And that was how he got the well. And the first money he threw at it, the money got lost. But if he was contented with eating the bread and not sowing a seed, he would never have become great. He was not the most brilliant in his class. In fact, he employed most of his seniors and classmates that were far brilliant than him in his company. I met 2 of them that were his classmates, and they were the ones teaching him in school. He employed them. Some of them made first class, he made top class or thereabouts, second class lower. He became their employer. Grace and resilience. Exploitation achieved financial performance and targets. New product and services development. Span of focus. Corporate division, business unit, department. Typically a small team within a business unit or department. Architectural focus. Scalability, cost efficiency, standardization. Exploration is talking about rapid development, fit for purpose, and then customized strategies. And then time span. Quarterly, this one is agile, daily, and monthly. So, question before we move to the next one. By the time we get to half of the next one, we go for break. By 12:30, we go for break.
No, 12.
Oh, 12, okay. 12, we go for break. Any question?
Sorry, sir. Please, when you said time cannot be, I missed something.
The time, you can spend time. You can waste time. You can spend time. And then you can invest time. Time is finite. And God himself is time. So, at times when we say we waste time, we are not wasting time, we are only wasting our destiny. One of my church members came to me. I've been in that church for 3.5 years. It was when they moved me out of the church that they now called me that they want to see me. I said, what is it? He said, want to see me in connection with one of his children. His son entered university and collected money for 4 years. He dropped out in year 2 and moved to Abuja with his friend who had been doing business. And they even sent money for graduation, did all sorts of things, and that's where we are. So I now told the guy, whose life have been wasted? You can go back to university now and can register you to Bangkok or to Mafasi or to Covenant to go and start all over. But you have wasted 5 years. Covenant told you are finished and he was waiting for you to go to LYS. 5 solid years for an engineering course. Whose life have been wasted? Only Bebe, our Lord will come to his only God can make him to match his mates. Because by the time you go back to year 1 in any of the university and nation, his mates are already in service and they are already working. My first child did not work more than 3 or 4 years when she already acquired 3 professional qualifications in cybersecurity and she's married and she's moved to UK with her husband. The same thing. The second one was not more than 3-4 years when she already got married. When I started teaching teenagers 20 years ago, and the message God gave me to give them is that in 10 years, boys will be separated from men. I'm not using gender this time around. I'm using just generic. Boys will be separated from men. 2015, we started the church, January 8, 2006. 2015 March, I traveled to UK. The first president of that church, of the things in that church, welcomed me at Atrium Airport. As at the time he came to welcome me, he had a wife, a child, a car, and a house, and a good job. In 10 years, boys have been separated from him. In that same 10 years, some of his mates are still struggling to enter university. Whose time has been wasted? He can come out and God will elevate him all the wasted years. God is a God of restoration. But it doesn't happen to everybody. By the time the man by the pool of Bethesda was healed, how many people were there? We only heard of the man by the pool of Bethesda. There are many of them that are there. So time, we should warn our youth not to waste their time. My uncle, one of my uncle accosted me one day and he said, Mike, why are you always in a hurry? So do you know the day you are going to die? I said, sir, I don't know the day I'm going to die. Oh. But if God give me 120 years, it's not enough to accomplish what he has sent me to do. As I'm doing, I was telling them in the church that I am over 60, for God's sake. You are 40-something, 30-something, and then you are doing the like this. If you see what I'm managing together, I just mentioned I'm vice chairman of my own zone, I'm the treasurer of Ogra, I am president of about 3 of my old student association, the Polytechnic Bahm, OSU, and my secondary school set. The year I graduated secondary school. I am a national in my church, I am a zonal superintendent overseeing about 5 churches, I'm a local pastor overseeing a local church. I'm running doctoral program, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. And you, how many things are you combined together that even as if you are too tired?
You've just started.
As I mentioned, in less than 4 years, my daughter had 3 certifications in cybersecurity. CISA, CISM, and one other. In less than 3 years, I had ACIB, ICANN, Transfer of Bankers and ICANN. And I'm still studying since 1992 that I qualify as a chartered accountant. I'm still studying. Every year I go back to school. I go back to do BSc. I go back to do masters in accounting. I did HND banking and finance. When I discovered that HND is not selling, I went back to university to go and do my BSc accounting. I went back to go and do masters. I've already done masters in banking and finance. I went back to the same university to go and do masters in accounting. I went to Bible college to go and do BTH, another degree in Bible theology. I did masters. I'm doing doctorate. So almost every other year, I go back to go and either do professional exam or do one degree or the other. So you are a youth, you are lazing about, you are not adding value to your life. You are wasting your life. Time is finite. Jesus is time. So time cannot be wasted. We can only waste our own destinies. So can we go on a break and then come back? And let's say disruptive technology.
Let's move on there.
So I said the capacity and the will to rally men and women to a common purpose and character which inspire confidence. That is a disruptive leadership, according to Field Marshal Montgomery. The capacity and the will to rally men and women. You know, John Maxwell said it is influence. And we are talking about influence today, Abi. But we are saying, according to Field Marshal Montgomery, said the capacity and the will to rally men and women to a common purpose and character which inspire confidence. You must be able to inspire confidence in your congregation. You must be able to inspire confidence in your team. Because they see you like a fish normally get rotting from the head. If the head is bad, the whole body is bad. And that's why I told us earlier on that we are all leaders in our own various spheres. How many of us are married? Man, here you are married. You are a leader. You lead your wife and your children. How many of us are mothers here? You are married and you have children, and you are a leader because you lead your children. Even the children, my elder brother was 2 years older than me when he started leading me. One of my mentors, Kedi Lawrence, told me that his elder brother, I can't remember his name, he's in US now, was just 21 and they were 17, the first twins. Taiwo and Kedi were 17. And that one was already working. He was the one that brought them to Lagos. Sit down there. They will sit down there. You did. They will do this. He started leading them. Their parents were in Ibadan. He was the one that led them. And I don't know if any one of us know who they called Kennedy Lawrence. He was one time ED of First Bank. His brother led him to Christ, led him in all aspects of life. And he was a good follower. And people were respecting them that, this guy, how is commanding his younger ones. So even when you are firstborn or secondborn, you are a leader. I told my first wife, my daughter, pé nǹkan tó bá ṣe ẹ̀sìn tó bá síwájú òun ni tẹ̀yìn máa ń wò sáré o. Whatever you do is what your younger one will follow. And thank God he laid good example for his younger ones to follow. She not only married as a virgin, she married and she is doing well. he said capacity and character. You can carry capacity, but if you don't have character, you are a disaster waiting to happen. But when you carry good character, you must equally develop your capacity so that you can lead anywhere you find yourself. You can be a leader. Identify opportunity for innovation. The following ways can be used to identify opportunities for innovation. Focus on the right area in your business that benefit from innovation. What aspect of our business, what aspect of our church, what aspect of our organization can benefit from innovation? Which area can we innovate? Do we have websites? Are we telling the world that we have this kind of facility, tool of this size, beautiful place like this in rooms? But then we must think about the implication as well. Tax implication, we must register a property company that will be managing it. And if we are not making a profit up to 50 million, we will not be taxed. But then we must think of all the implications so that they don't see us as a fraudsters. So we will be able to then, set up an arm that will manage that, run it as a business, and then be able to advertise to the whole world that we have this facility here. So far we are not generating the new tax law, so far it's used to be 25 million. So far we are not generating 50 million turnover, we cannot be taxed. But then we meet one or two obligations to the government, filing returns and doing sort of thing. But first, just status report. I paid 10,000 to get status report yesterday to submit to First Bank for my registration as a vendor. All those small things you have to eat. But if your turnover is not to 50 million, you don't need to pay tax. If it's up to 50 million, then pay tax. When we are out saying Abuja is not performing, that's where Abuja gets money. Maybe those some people say the money they get, how are they spending it? Leave them to God. It is like some people will say pastors are squandering our money. We are our tithes. Pay your tithes. God did not say ask your in our place. We ask our pastors anyway. But we have annual general meeting. We have to face them and ask them questions. Why are you spending our money this way? Why? My church is a democratic church. It's from America. But then pay your tithe. Husband, love your wife. He didn't say love your wife only when your wife submit. Go and read the Bible. That's not what the Bible says. He didn't say wife submit to your husband. He didn't say hey, when your husband love you. In fact, he made a conditional statement to it. He said maybe by your own behavior you can change your own believing husband when you submit. So some wife will say, submit. I always husband that is not get for me, I will not submit. You are facing hellfire. But when you get to heaven, God will ask you, did you submit? He will ask the man, did you love? I'm already digressing. Adapt your product and services to changes in the marketplace. What market? Like I said, we must adapt this now to the market, to look at what market is suiting. For example, when we are trainers, we may need this place as a hall for training. We must create a culture of innovation, allow time for research, remove the fear of failure, and recruit creative and imaginative people that can work with you to achieve one of the things you want to do. So opportunities you can use by define, discover, develop, and demonstrate. Some of the things are so tiny I cannot read it. Identify opportunity for innovation, analyze customer needs. Understand what problem your customers have. Ask what job is the customer trying to get done, which focuses on motivation. Then number 2, monitor the competition. Keep an eye on competitors. Whatever you are doing, people are competing. I've just mentioned when I had this place, I've just mentioned another place that is similar, carrying out similar thing. So I don't know how many. In fact, when I mentioned something like that in my church, some people mentioned something at the Bariga Bombers, CMS Grammar School, that there is another one that I say one plaza that is like that. I've not been there. So Faith Plaza. So we have 1,000,001. So people don't. we know. I don't even know about this place until I came here today. So you must now look at keep an eye on your competitors. What are they doing? And we normally talk about, in financial statement, that the people are interested in your financial statement as a company, because even your competitors are interested. They want to know your secrets so that they can beat you to it. So you must keep an eye on your competitor. Identify gaps in the market. or unmet customers' needs. We have talked about customer needs. What are the customers' needs that we can meet? As a church, what are the needs that we can meet? Saving souls, and then in my church we have a ministry, children ministry, and I dare to say that that's like the second I have seen in Lagos. I don't know of any other part in Nigeria where we gather about 300 children every Wednesday for Bible study. And when we do mega Bible study, we are over 400. We gather about, and because we feed them every Wednesday, we give them indomie and egg. And every quarter, we do what they call mega Bible study. About 400. The last one we did in February was about 420. And that is like the second largest church I've seen in Lagos that has the population of children like that. So, can you begin to see there are so many children around here? Can we invest in that? And with that, God is harvesting the soul of the parents. Because I asked them, I'm not just going to be feeding these children. Get me the list of their parents. Some of them are Muslims, some of them are Christians. They all that are in other churches, don't worry. We'll just be ministering to them that God is, that they are being fed properly where they are. The one that are unbelievers, we can use the opportunity to bring them to Jesus. And God is doing His work. So those are the unmet needs or gaps in the market. Foster culture of innovation, encourage creativity and experimentation within your organization. So, like I told you, when I got there, I appointed a leader for strategic planning committee. And within my first 2 months there, we did a retreat for all my churches in the zone, about 5 churches in the zone. We did a retreat. And we set a target for ourselves. By the year 2030, we call it IK30. By year 2030, my church must be 1,000 worshippers. We are currently, as at the time we set that target, we were 267. And today, we are about 400. Initially, I got some resistance. Some people that have been there 15 years told me that the largest growth they have ever witnessed is 6%. And I said that if your vision is not bigger than yourself, then God is not in it. Your vision must be bigger than yourself. Then you then trust in God to deliver it. If it's something you can accomplish, then it's no longer it is within your power, and you will say, "It is my power that got me this." But when it's bigger than you, then it is God that has brought us this. So create an environment where new ideas are welcome and explored. Every time they bring new ideas, we challenge ourselves. It's not every idea that we use, so we may not even have capacity to use it, we may not have money to use it, but then we have those ideas. The idea of a glass, speaking of glass, came in 1947, like I mentioned earlier on. It just got actualized less than 10 years ago. But then, somebody got that idea and people are researching on it. Leveraging technology, stay informed about technological advancement. So we are talking about AI now. So yesterday I saw something, I know it is AI generated. They said the first marriage between a Yoruba man and a robot. I know it is AI generated. But that is the future of where things are going. And in fact, with AI, they can do anything. And because they will just show AI showing that they have massacred Emir of Kaduna, Zaria, or Emir of Kano, or Sultan of Sokoto, and then the children will not know whether it is true or not. They will go on rampage and begin to kill everybody. And so a mischievous person can do that. Sure. And he will show it, and he will show as if it is true. They are slaughtering him now. They have killed the Sultan. It is Yoruba people that did it, or Igbo people that did it. And before you know it, they will begin to wipe off every Yoruba or Igbo in the north. I was just begging God that with the rate we are going, God help us. So, but then we can use this technology for some good things. When the technology has not reached this level when about 20 years ago when we started the Teens Church. And I told my teenagers, my father will not allow me to go to cyber cafe. I said, if you go to cyber cafe and you brought a letter from Oxford University admission and you brought scholarship, your father will carry you. Yes. He won't say don't go to cyber cafe. What are you going to cyber cafe to go and do? So let's use all the new advancement in technology. Let's use it favorably to add value to our organization. Explore how emerging technology like AI, blockchain, Internet of Things can be applied to our business. You know, how can we use all these things to improve our worship experience, to improve our organizations and others. Collaborate with partners, engage with diverse perspectives, government officials, community leaders, experts, providers. We cannot stand in isolation. I just discovered these days that some of us that are Pentecostal, that we build churches almost everywhere anyhow. The Lagos State has come up with this building permit control, whatever. They have come to my place to come and paste in front of my house that we don't have a building permit. So we cannot. We need to do collaboration with almost all anywhere we find ourselves with the community. Why did during the COVID-19, my president then just thought of an idea and he appointed me to be head of distribution, and we all gather money, 50,000, 20,000, everybody that has money, we gather money, all added to it. We bought rice, bought gari, bought beans, bought salt, bought all the ingredients, tomato paste, everything. We pack it in a sack and we started distributing for all people in Ojota to Glorioke. When they wanted to attack people, they never thought of attacking us. So collaboration, you know, with all the community everywhere we find ourselves, we must collaborate. All the area boys that were attacking other estates, other places, they never came to us. So collaborate to uncover fresh opportunities. You know, what are the fresh opportunities that you have around that you can take? And then I say, remember, innovation often arises from understanding customer pain points. Stay informed and foster a culture of creativity. So when we come back.
Thank you very much, Mike. Thank you very much. Normally we always have a break time, about 20 minutes for us to have something to munch. So and stretch our legs. Normal. So it's 12:10, so by 12:30 we'll come back for the second round. In addition to that, based on what Mike said, you know, we didn't respond. We have a children ministry here too. Then we have a daycare.
Sorry, crèche.
A crèche now there, which is open to at a very subsidized rate. And in addition to that, madam, I see you are snapping every slide. The presentation will be made, give it to everybody, the soft copy at the end of the day. So just listen and jot. Once you register with your email, it will be sent to you. So let's go for answer.
go and collect cash. If even when you get there, there is no cash to give you, abi. So these are things that we call disruptive technology, things that have come to alter the way we do things, and it will continue like that. And that is why, you know, earlier on we were talking about challenging the orthodoxy. Orthodoxy, like I said, through my research, refer to, when we say Orthodox church in those days, I believe that when I joined Pentecostal, I thought that, oh, we are the authentic, Orthodox are the old school. No. Orthodox is even the real authentic thing. You know? So, but we must challenge the status quo. Let me not use orthodoxy. We must challenge the status quo. If nobody thought of challenging the status quo, we won't be using card. We won't be using app. We'll still be going back to, when we started banking, there was no computer. We do waste. We were using a machine. When we do a transaction, you will now use a machine to add it up, to balance at the end of the day. I wonder how we can do that, still use that technology to balance at the end of the day today. There are accountants, their table is high up. You don't see the branch manager. Branch manager is like a god. It's hiding. You see this somewhere. The branch accountant's desk is high up. And then you will come to the banking hall, you will transact business, and then they will pay card, the zip card, and then you now use machine to be adding the voucher one by one. And when they use it, they will roll the machine, bam, and it will bring out the paper, roll the machine. If you do that today, you will die there. Reconciliation will kill you. So, technology has come to enhance what we were doing, to make it easier. As at that time, many banks don't have the customer base that they have today. The population wasn't as large as this. And even the amount of population, how many people have bank accounts? But we thought that it wasn't possible for us to have the organizer, everybody to have an account. Then come the idea of tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 customers. And they now, even the organizer now have their association, and they use their association card, ID card, to register them and to open bank account for them. And that is what these fintech, financial technology companies leverage on. OPay, how many of us have OPay account? OPay, I say how many have First Bank account? Old school. Old school. OPay has now taken over. Money Point, OPay, which other one? Bahm. Less than five of them dominated that market. And why First Bank is still rolling, or UBA is still rolling, OPay has gone, pram. As we transfer it, the thing has hit, pram. I don't know what they are using. Honestly, I ask myself, I don't know what they are using. What kind of technology they invested in that is delivering fast service like that? Those are part of disruptive technology. And First Bank UBA too have to now improve, upgrade. Otherwise, they will have been forgotten. Till date, First Bank still has the largest transaction in ATM, transactions globally in Nigeria. So, but if they did not upgrade, and if those people they did not constitute threat to them, they will have remained the way they were. And none of us will still be going to the banking hall to go and collect money. People that you thought, Mama Alata in my 12, sure. Hausa selling Alubasa, they all have account I was paying into. And that is what we call disruptive technology. Things that POS, you don't have POS, you don't have ATM, you don't have app that you can just click and then you transfer money. If this disruptive technology not come, I wonder how we will have been solving this problem by now. So
then, sir, sorry, sir. I think the COVID too was also
another drive.
Yes, sir.
That towards that cashless society.
Yes.
So these technologies often replace established products. I've just explained how cash we were being paid in envelope, and we move on to So it replaced established products or services with more efficient, cost-effective alternatives. If I want to go to my branch, I will have to take transport from Ogudu to Marina now. God knows how much they will be charging one person. Even if you take your car, you have not thought of, you only think of just driving and coming back. You didn't think of petrol, you think of wear and tear of the tire, wear and tear of the engine, and so many other things. So, but in your own bedroom, you just carry your phone and you just transfer money, and the recipient can be anywhere he has received it. And he will say, oh, receive with thanks on his WhatsApp when you share the receipt. So these are the way things are being enhanced, efficiency is being improved, and even those banks that we said that they are old banks, they are equally improving. In fact, before I left First Bank, I used to tell people when I go for marketing and they say, old bank. I said, what is old? What is any doing that we are not doing? What is GT doing that we are not doing? We have been doing better than them. We have diaspora account that people open account in America and UK online and everything. Even in Nigeria, you can in the office, you just sit down in your office or in your home, and then you open an account. So almost all these things have been simplified, and that is the power of technology. And so we call it disruptive technology. Examples include advanced robotics. Like I said this morning, now robots carry food to go and give patients. You carry medicine. You just go to the appropriate window, pick the tray, and deliver to, no human intervention. Somebody is somewhere pressing button to allow that thing to move. But then, at least only one person is pressing button, and about 10 robots are moving from one room to the other to deliver what they needed to deliver. And he will say, I am tired. I've been working since morning. You want to kill me? I cannot come and kill myself. Robots will not say that. The person that is pressing button is the person that one person is easy to just do shift. 6 hours, they will be changing. About 4 people in a day, and the job is done throughout the whole day. And robot will not complain. So these are some of the things that we are talking about. Then we have what they call next generation genomics. Genomics is something like a DNA and FNA, determining the DNA of people and so on. Then we have energy storage device like lithium ion. Most of us are now using lithium battery in our homes as inverter. Abi? So they store energy and retain it for a longer period than ordinary batteries. So, example of disruptive technology: advanced robotics, capable robots with enhanced senses, dexterity, and intelligence can automate tasks once considered too delicate or uneconomical. So there are some tasks that are routine tasks that, for example, reconciliation, you now have AI generated reconciliation or technology driven reconciliations that you can do. In fact, long time ago, when I was in Societe Generale Bank, 1996, around 1995, 99, 96, 99, we were using system to do reconciliation. Then we call it bank check. When you issue bank check, it goes out. So if you use the number on that check to key it in, when the check is coming back through clearing, you use the same number to key it in, and the number and the amount tally, it will knock itself off. Since there are no 2 checks that carry the same number, so far the person keying it in do not make mistake. As soon as the check number and tally with the amount, it will agree and it will knock it off. People that now made mistake, that key wrong number, or that did not use the number they're supposed to, because check at times has to carry 2 numbers. They carry one that they use whatever to write, and the one on the check. So if you don't know the right one to use and you key in the wrong one, the amount will remain there. So technology has been in existence for a long time, and it has always been improved, and it enhances the way we do our work. And so robotic surgical system, prostate, now people do fibroid operation they just drill a hole and then they already remove it. Prostate, they just drill a hole. They don't even need to put you to sleep. And that thing has been done. So technology is improving and it's changing the way we do things. Next generation genomics, advanced in understanding DNA, allow us to manipulate genes, improve health diagnosis, an enhanced treatment. So you can use this to improve the way you diagnose sicknesses. For example, 2 people of note died because they were wrongly diagnosed. Ganifa Emi was wrongly diagnosed, and he attended a very big hospital that has name in Nigeria. Tayo Adeniokun, the former is it DMD or whatever, or MD of GT, was wrongly diagnosed. But with all this, and that is why we are saying future of work is coming to an extent that a computer will do better job than a lawyer will do. Just a robotic, AI will just deliver, and they will run through all your defenses. You submit your whatever, it will analyze it. In fact, I saw that a Moody platform that we purchased some years back in First Bank. When you throw in all your figures in, it will tell you that the ratio of this year is different from this year. Could it be that the stock in this year is obsolete, or is a slow-moving stock? Please answer. It will be asked a question that you're supposed to be now under one. You can appraise 10 credits under 1 hour. All the question, you raise all the concern, and it is now for you to answer it, and then to now write your final report that this credit is good. Instead of sitting down and be using it one by one, computing, using clinical or Excel to compute, it will compute, and it will be asking you questions, telling you the ratio of last year is different from this year. Could this be the reason? It will be suggesting the reason. You will now be the one to now confirm, to know which reasons, and then with that, so technology is evolving, and lawyers. That's why I said future of work. Lawyers, the people that are going to university to go and study law, they may not, in another 5 years, they may not have work to do. Conventional mechanics may not have work to do. Because in a vehicle that uses petrol, there are about 252 parts. In a vehicle that uses electric, there are less than 26 parts. So conventional mechanic may not have job to do. So when we want to send our children to university, we should guide them, and they use experts to guide them on what they should go and do. Psychology cannot continue to sell, because people are getting depressed every time. And they are taking substance. so you can see that there are some courses that we even derived in those days, they will sell now. They are the one that in another 5 years, they are the one that will be selling like hotcake. Like I said, the other guy that killed himself, killed the wife, and killed the 2 children, is out of depression. Energy storage devices like lithium, I think I've talked about that. Fuel cell power, electric vehicle, and portable electronics. In those days when we were growing up, or when I see JVC and Akai, they are big electronics like that. That is what I was dreaming, that one day I will have money, I will buy this. But when it was my turn, they already compact them like small something like that. In my brother's house, you have a changer that you use and to put the stereo. And then the television is the one that you open it. Now we have LED television, LED TV. In fact, the one I use in my house is concave like that, you know.
And it's on the phone.
And it's on the phone that you manipulate those things. So these are disruptions that are happening, and they are real. They are for real. See that we accept them and flow with it, you know, or we get left behind. Every time I travel on Lagos-Ibadan road, something amuses me. I'll be traveling, I'll be speeding 120 km/h, and I'll see 3 running backwards. Have you ever seen that?
Yes.
A 3 running backwards. That is to tell you that nature abhors vacuum. Is that you are running forward or you are running backward? So if you don't follow to run backward, then you will be running fast backward. And we should not be left behind. And that's why some of these things, some people will ask, why are we discussing something like this in the church? We must know. And our children must know, the youth among us must know, so that they are not left behind. Because they will be fast running backward if they are not running forward. They are not catching up. Say, I can't remember the passage of the Bible that says it's a flow and we run into it, we press into it. So it's a flow. We must press into it. Industry facing disruptive technology. According to a study conducted by Accenture, nearly 63% of companies are poised for high level of disruption. Nearly, 63% of companies are poised for high level disruption. If the automotive industry is moving away from carbon emitted substances, they are moving to electric, then we can then see that a lot of things have shifted. There's a lot of shift. So 44% shows severe signs of susceptibility to future disruption. 44% have potential that in future too. So less than 1% can we remain. That is about 97. Less than 3% will remain the way it is in another 5-10 years. When the issue of electric motors was raised by, what is this guy? No, the one in Nigeria, the one that owns one of the family that owns Galleria. That Igbo one among them.
Okay.
Murray Bruce.
Yes.
When he raised on the floor of the Senate, when he raised the idea of Nigeria adopting electronic car, they shut him down. That our country is the largest producer of crude oil. That if we are now the first one to adopt electric motor, that how are we going to sell our crude? Naive. My daughter, we were discussing 2 days ago, and he said they want to quickly get a car because I think 2026 they said if you are not currently having the current level of car, then you will have to go for electric vehicle in UK. So and that is to let you know that everywhere it's a matter of time it will come to Nigeria. We already have electric cars in Nigeria too. It's just like it's not as much as it is abroad, but whether you like it or not, it is coming. It's not something we can resist. Whether we are the largest producer of crude, whether our crude will sell or not, I mean, it's not. It will come and it will come. So, hence the need for us all to be ready to adopt a new technology as they emerge. So, are some industries that are adapting new technology, 3D printing manufacturing. So, the advent of 3D printing technology, also referred to additive manufacturing, has led to seismic shift in the way that products are made for industry ranging from aerospace to healthcare. So like I just mentioned, even in healthcare, in those days when they want to do fibroid operation, they put you to sleep. One of my relations did it, and for over almost 6 hours, she was in the theater. So the same thing for prostate, for so many other things that we are doing now. They just use something and they just drill a hole, and then in fact you don't need to go to sleep. They will do it, and then they just use artificial whatever to deaden that place, and that will be it. You will be seeing what they are doing. So iBuyer model in real estate. The place of buying and selling of home has remained largely untouched by technological innovation, but a way for real estate startups in the field of property tech, which we call prop tech, are already changing that. So even in property, so we have technology that is changing hand, and you go to some places. How did China build an hospital that has about 140 bedrooms or whatever in less than 1 week. They already have prefabricated things. They just couple it, as if you couple a machine. You just couple a house, and like a Lego that our children normally used to play. And they saw those Lego. We saw it. We use it. Many of us use it when we were young. And they use it. They were thinking forward. How can this be useful? We were just consuming what they just to use it to enjoy and have pleasure. They are looking at how can it add value to us. We are looking at how can we enjoy it. And you see many of our children watching cartoon from morning till night. What are they learning from it? The Chinese are learning from the one you will see them either knitting or sewing, or primary 3-4 students which are 6-year-old. They are already doing that. I remember in those days when we were young, we were doing knitting. Our children, our female were doing knitting. And we knit our own socks. The beret they do for us, sweater that we wear, they were using it with hand. Most of those things we are no longer using, and that is what the Chinese are still doing, and they are doing well. That Lego that we were using to create small houses is what they now develop, and they use it to build about 140 bed hospital during COVID-19, 2020. And they said within 2 weeks, they built that hospital. And this is a solid house that is standing, notwithstanding that it is built like a Lego. So a recent KPMG global survey of PropTech industry, 93% of business leaders said they agree that traditional real estate organizations need to engage with PropTech companies to adopt a change. Exports in sport industry. Games like football, soccer, baseball are the forefront of the sport industry. But a new kind of spectator event is quickly gaining traction. Competitive video gaming, widely known as esports, is drawing millions of viewers and filling stadiums with fans all over the world. That's even the speed of sports. Pricewaterhouse 2018 sports survey. It said export overtook soccer as the sports sector with the most potential for global growth since 2018. And so we can see that here in Africa we are still backward. The other side they are fast improving, but like I said, it's a matter of time. Some of these innovations will come to us in Nigeria. Design thinking and human-centered innovation. Design thinking and human-centered innovation. I say design thinking is a human-centered approach to innovation that draws from the designer toolkit to integrate the needs of people. So you have your need, I have my need. We all put it in a box, and the design thinking will now pick, individual needs from that box to develop some possibilities, and then look at it. What are the requirements for business? What business can be set up to meet this area of need? Most of our needs are basic: food, shelter, and the clothing. Then possibly health. So you put all those things in a box, and then you just dissect it, and then you look at what company can we set up that can meet this, what industry can we look at that can meet this, and most of the needs are then begin to be met one by one. It's also referred to the set of cognitive, strategic, and practical procedures used by designer in the process of designing, and to the body of knowledge that has been developed about how people reason when engaging with design problems. So design thinking, effective influence of a leader's communication. We say design thinking. And then we have 5 blocks of design thinking. Number 1 is empathize. When you empathize, you are thinking from the perspective of your current and potential users. What if I am in their shoe? What will I do if I'm in their shoe? If I'm the one that do not have this. Thinking is coming out to meet those needs as if you are meeting your own personal need. So you want to empathize. Then you must then sit down When you have empathized and you have seen those needs, then you define the need and how you are going to meet it. So you say, construct a point of view based on user need and insight. You look at, from the insight of the user, what are the things that it will require from this product? And that is what those Oyibo, they used to, the Yoruba, how you call Walomi Obeje, they used to bobo us. My wife were driving 2 days ago and he saw RAV4. He has always loved RAV4. But unfortunately, when she wanted to buy RAV4, I gave her an option. I said, RAV4 or a shop? You wanted to start, you have been talking about starting a business. You know, like I said, poverty is a lifestyle. Poverty is a choice, it's a lifestyle. It's an habit. So I told her, you want RAV4? Oh, and you'll be talking about shop. Okay, this is 1.4 million for RAV4. But you said you needed a shop, and the agent has gotten us a shop. And this is all that we have. So choose ye this day whom you will serve. A lot of us have our own landed property in our wardrobe. I saw a friend that has more than 50 shoes. And these are not shoes of a ragerege shoe like the one I'm wearing. Shoe of 250,000, 300,000, 150,000 minimum. Not of 45,000 I'm wearing. You know. So I said, choose ye this day, and she decided to choose shop. From the proceeds of the shop, do you know she bought another Jeep later in life? She bought Quest, Nissan Quest. Jeep na. It is not RAV4, but today she's still dreaming about RAV4. So 2 days ago we were driving and she saw RAV4, the latest model. She said, wow. I said, they will just twist the body. They will just twist the body. They will just do, in fact, they look more like a Volvo in those days. They just twist the body, and then she still loves RAV4, especially the version that you now see. But what am I saying in essence? Is that we must define what we want from the insight of the user. They look at it that, oh, we like all the shape. When I saw, about 2 weeks ago, I saw the old Prado. The old Prado. In fact, it is not good to look at it because it is 1,000 times way back compared to the current Prado. But they started with that. They keep on improving it just to attract your attention. That is their capitalist mentality. They look at what you need, what you want, and from your own perspective, they design what will be attractive to you. They empathize with you to fill your need. They now design something that will attract you to buy. While they are getting richer, you are scrambling everywhere to improvise yourself by buying the latest of every car. While you should be investing in hospital, we are still going to Europe for medical tourism. The money, they said they spent 30 billion to renovate VP House. That 30 billion, give it to the 6 geopolitical zones at 5 billion. They will build 6 hospitals that we all don't need to go to anywhere. That everything needed, pediatrics, women, men, everything you need, heart, brain, kidney, everything you need, 5 billion will solve it. But those Oyibo, they will use your perspective to design the product that will attract you. You will now begin to see the one you had yesterday as inferior to the one that you have today. And then you begin to rat race. Chase. One thing I have about cars, I'm not a car freak person. So far a car can carry me from one point to another. And it has air condition. I came in a Corolla that they gave me as official car 2009. March, I got that car as official car 2009. How many years? 16 years ago is what I am still driving. So why it takes me from one point, it's not that I don't have other cars, so don't get me wrong. I have about 3 other cars, making 4. But that one, so far it's still taking me from one point to the other. It never breaks down. I maintain it to the extent that it doesn't break down. And if it has any problem, I've told myself, is either I change the engine and I do body work again, or I can sell it and then, you know, use the money to add to it to buy another one. So, but you know, many of us, they use this one. They just look at, oh, what we attract them, especially black man. They will just twist the body, twist the side, twist the clinic, and then they will bring it. We will be running again. Oh, the one you had again, you are no longer satisfied with it. It's a new rat race. So, the same way, we should begin to think, what can we do to attract buyers? It's a capitalist thinking. Whatever you are doing, what can I do to improve on it to attract buyers? From their own perspective, their own insight. So you must define your product. Then ideate, work together to develop a range of creative solutions. And then do a prototype. If you want to build a house, you do a prototype, you build it. When people say, oh, is that how our house will look like? In fact, that normally, merely seeing it, we encourage people to begin to donate. Because they are already seeing what the end product of what they are using, putting their money into. Whether the money they are dropping will eventually measure up to build it. We started a building in my former church. When we did the first whatever, we estimated about 160 million. By the time all the thing went up, they revalue it went to about 600 million. And we are still on we just did the piling. We just finished the piling. We have not done the foundation. And I wonder, now that cement has even doubled again, how much the project will cost. But when we saw the prototype, people that have started giving based on the prototype. Oh, wow! And we were all motivated. So, and that is what they do. You know, they do a prototype, they send you a copy, and you all like it, and they will mass produce, and then you begin to. So the same way we should begin to think along that line in any product that we want to roll into the market. We call it design thinking. Then test. We look back to the user to enhance offering, solve specific problems. So you roll it to the market. I have not seen another car, but I've seen one that there was no driver, and people were gathering to watch it. Yeah. How many have you seen again thereafter? They just send that one to us to attract us that this is a possibility. And you will soon see it that men and women will begin to ask for it, clamor for it, especially our politicians when they steal enough money. They will begin to ask for at least one of my friends he doesn't use driver because he's into oil business. He said, if I'm discussing, I'll be mentioning 20 million, 100 million. He said, make the driver no collude to come and kidnap me. He won't know that it is borrowed money from bank and that it is not my own money. Just one trailer, we mentioning, 50 million, 3 million. And how much profit is he making on the trailer? So he said before, a driver, come kill me or come organize kidnap. So he doesn't use driver. So but if he has a car that will not require the use of a driver, will you not like it? Just sit down at the back and take me to VI and use Google Map and mention, I just say, can you come VI or Oniru Estate? It's already there using Google Map. So, and those are the things they will now put into the market to test the market. And immediately they see that, all of you love it, then they will begin to roll it out. I think is that the second? Yes. Okay, this is the third one. Okay, and then, is there any question on this area? So that I can move to the third, in another 30 minutes we should be wrapping up. So it will now require the case study. How do we develop an innovation strategy? How many of us agree with this definition? Innovation is ability to see change as an opportunity. Everybody sees change as a threat, including me. we introduced something in my office. We call it integration between compliance, control compliance and clinical. Yes, governance. Oh, before I embrace that thing, man. Because it changed the way I think, it changed the way I do my work. So it was like unnecessary stress for me to key into it. The reason is power moving, the power is the champion. These people don't kill me. So that made me the project champion. So we must see innovation as an opportunity to make money, an opportunity to improve our services, an opportunity to enhance our process, an opportunity to add value to our organization. You know, so it's not a threat. Then an innovation strategy. What's an innovation strategy? The term innovation is the process of bringing new, unique, and creative ideas to reality. I think we have agreed on that earlier on. So an organization follow an innovation strategy. An organization following an innovation strategy uses innovation to execute its business strategy. So you must then craft your strategy and use innovation. You know, new ideas or improvement on old ideas to drive your strategy. Innovation strategy guides the process of resource allocation, enabling the organization to achieve its long-term goals through the use of innovation. So Mark Dodson, he said an innovation strategy guides decision on how resources are to be used to meet a firm's objective for innovation and thereby deliver value and build competitive advantage. So developing an innovation strategy for your organization, this is crucial for organization aiming to stay competitive and drive growth. So number one, out of the 5 effective steps, define your innovation objective and the why. I talk about the 6 honest serving men that Professor Ruya Kipling said he has. He said they are who, what, where, when, why, and how. 5 WH. So the why question is like why. In the root cause analysis, you know, we used why about 5 times. We want to find the root cause of a problem. Why are we having this problem? Ask a question, why 5 times. By the time you ask the 4th or the 5th time, you will get the solution. But in most cases, we are not patient enough to ask the why about 5 times. And in most cases, we tend to solve eczema than solving leprosy, than curing leprosy. So if we are patient enough to ask why, so when you want to determine your objective and the approach to innovation, you must ask why. What's the why? Why are we developing this strategy? By the time you ask it, you'll be able to understand why you need that strategy and what innovative technique you must adopt. Understand your market. What market do you want to serve? Who are my customers? What are my customer characteristics? And then who are the competitors? What are their products? Like when the Japanese wanted to start their car, they went to their competitor. They bought a vehicle. They broken it down into pieces. From the tire, they remove the tire, they look at the rim, they look at what goes into the rim, they look at what goes into the tire. You know, there is a tiny something that you will not notice in tire, and that is the valve that keep the hair from coming out. Sure. If you don't put that in, the hair will continue to come out, no matter how you inflate it. So they study all those things one by one before they started their own product. So you must understand who are your competitors, what are their products, how are they competing with your own. What do you need to do to differentiate your own product from their own? And how do you improve your own products better than what the competitor has? As a church, what am I doing differently that will attract youth to my church? We notice that youth, they hardly can stay for too long. Especially teenagers, their attention span is very, very short. And even when they get to youth, they follow the same pattern. And that is why most of the churches, Global Harvest, Kinikon, that are around us, they are taking away our youth. So what can we do to retain them? I threw the challenge to them. Go and give me what you want to see in a church that you want to attend. Do a SWOT analysis of your unit, strength of your unit, the weaknesses of your unit, the opportunity that we can latch on to build what you are seeing outside that is attracting you outside into this church. And then what are the threats? Who are the threats? The global events, the clinical around us that are hijacking you. When you go there, the way they welcome you, welcome to our church, as if they have turned everything like a joke. But that is what is attracting the youth. If it is what is attracting the youth, then so that they don't run away. So, know your value proposition. Ascertain what unique value your organization brings to the market. What's unique about us? So, what additional benefits are our product conferring on? There is a slogan. If it is not Panadol, it cannot be like Panadol. It's not just a slogan. It must have been out of experience that when you use Panadol and you use any other product, it's not. So people, otherwise that slogan will not sink. If in real sense you use Panadol and you use any other one, and the other one is working better than Panadol, to hell with Panadol. But that slogan came to be because that Panadol is delivering more value than any other one. So what are we doing differently that is delivering value than other ones? As a church, as an organization. So, identify areas where innovation can enhance value proposition. What are the innovative ideas I can introduce into my business that can enhance the service delivery to my customer, that can delight them? Because customer service have moved away from customer satisfaction to what we call customer delight. They must take delight in your service or your product before they can come back again and again and again. This is crucial for organizations you need to stay competitive and drive growth. Then number 3, assess and develop core capabilities. So we must examine our existing capability and identify gaps. What are the gaps that need to be filled? What are our capability? What do we even have as an organization, as individuals that make up the organization? What are the gaps that we can identify? And how do we fill those gaps? So that what we want to achieve, we will be able to achieve it. Then invest in building or enhancing the skills. This is one of the things we are doing now. So we must have done skill gap analysis. And then we now say, oh, we want to build capacity in this area, in this area. The MD was telling me that he has develop about 12 different topic areas, and I think business will be part of it. So that at least don't let them stay on salary. I will bring a book for them the next time I'm coming here. He say beyond salary, beyond career and salary. It was written by a friend of mine, Elijah Rubino. He's the one I mentioned earlier on that was driving to Ibadan and saw his friend, and they saw some people, about 60 people gathering at 5:30 a.m. It's so early and so many people. He was forced to stop to ask them, what are you looking for? He said, all of them call us ice block. Ice block for what? We want to buy. And he came back to come and talk to the owner of that business. That owner of that business said, if I triple my production, I can still not meet the market demand.
So the name is Beyond Salary.
Beyond Career and Salary, by Elijah Rubino. So we must invest in building or enhancing our skill and resources and process needed for innovation. So we must evaluate capability to know gaps. What are the gaps? Like I said, I challenge teachers that when I came to Lagos, I was doing a home lesson to survive. So I challenged people, teacher in my church last Tuesday. I told them, you can't just be teaching and collecting 120,000 per month and think your life will improve. Because until the petrol was okay, from 860 to 995, 985 or 995. It's just generating. You will come down today, you go up tomorrow, and your salary generating like that. If you cannot steal and you cannot do any negative thing, then you will remain poor. It's not a cause. So So there must now begin to think of innovative ideas to improve your life, to deliberately improve your life. That's what this seminar, if it does not address any other thing, let it sink to you that this is what it has come to address. And when you are heading salary, what is salary? Salary is what the cake they give you so that you can forget your ambition. It's the immediate bread that they give you so that you can drop your seed. No person pays you salary. He must have extracted your energy 100% and pay you 25%. Go and do research. Anybody that pay you salary is drawing blood 1 pint from you and giving you 0.25 back. Research has confirmed that. So salary is the bread that they give you so that you can forget your seed. And the earlier you can address it, the better. Please don't do conflict of interest. I was discussing with my brother, Ola Tokumbo. You know, there are some things in the office that they don't allow them to do. But if there are things you can do, don't be like me. I use myself on that Tuesday to illustrate. Some of us, it is something like that sank into my head. And I use a principle, I never thought of doing any business until I left banking. But for the first 3 years, I was just wondering, what can I do? I have ideas of what I want to do, but how to go about it was a problem. Until God brought, like I said, some people invited me to come and deliver a paper. And for 1 day out of 3 days, and they disappointed. I have invested so much into it. And now got what they call only anger. Only anger now made me to sit down and develop the entire use to sustain the position of the business. Remember, each pathway has its own challenges, opportunities. Companies need to choose the right mix of this pathway based on the context. Innovation is the key. We have been talking about innovation today, creativity. Innovation is key. Only those who have the agility to change with the market and innovate quickly will survive. Companies that will not change, that will not be able to innovate, will die. The same thing with organizations, whether it be a church or whatever. We must begin to think of how can we quickly change, adapt, and innovate so that we can, instead of going backward, like I said, it's either you are moving fast forward or you are moving fast backward. Instead of being left behind and moving fast backward, we can continue to move forward. So, thank you very much. God bless you. Thank you very much.
Michael, thank you very much. But still, hold on. It's still part and parcel.
Yeah.
This last area, before I ask somebody to give make a comment though, or thank Mr. Michael. It's a case study. This case study is a case study I found very germane. That's why I said, let me take it myself. Germane in the sense that targeted to the youth and also to the upcoming ones. There are people who are great and there are people who have really done things that people never believed they could do. And that's the case study. I tried to take it personally. There's a gentleman, he's all over the world. If you Google it, Alexander the Great. He's really the great. He's the only one that is called that name, Alexander the Great, because of what he achieved. What he did towards what? Creativity and what? Innovation. I read. Alexander III of the Macedonian, he was a Greek, 20-21 July 356 BC. He lived to 10 to 11 June 323 BC. How many years?
33.
Huh?
33.
33 years. He only lived for 33 years. Until today, we are still talking about Alexander. So what are we doing? What are we doing to ourselves? Commonly known as Alexander the Great, was the king of the ancient Greek kingdom of Macedon, a member of the Achaemenid dynasty. He was born in Pella, a city in ancient Greece, in 356 BC. He succeeded his father, King Philip II, to the throne. At the age of what? 20, he became a king. At the age of what? 20. So that means he ruled for what? 13 years. For that 13 years is what we are celebrating today. What did he do? He spent most of his ruling years conducting a lengthy military campaign throughout West Asia and Northeastern Africa. When we say Western Asia, the kingdom extended all the way to India and part of China. Northeastern Africa, it went as far as Egypt. You can see how massive. He was in charge of the whole Europe. Oh man, a young man. Alexander the what? The Great. By the age of 30, he had created one of the largest empires in history, stretching from Greece to northwestern India. He was undefeated in battle and is widely considered to be one of the history's greatest and most successful military commanders. He effectively delegates. What did we talk about today? Delegation. When he conquers a place, he delegates. A lot of us have that We are poor in delegating. Or we don't even delegate. Or we don't even know how to what? Delegate. Effectively delegate any territory conquered to an administrator who oversees the place and what? Reports to him. So he delegates, but the responsibility is still what? Yes. He delegates, but still they're responsible to it. A lot of us delegate and we don't know how to get feedback. A lot of us delegate, we don't know what goes on. Or some of us don't even delegate at all. During his youth, Alexander was tutored by Aristotle, who was who was Aristotle?
Yeah, a great philosopher.
A great philosopher. Until the age of 16, his father, Philip, was assassinated 336 BC at the wedding of Cleopatra of Macedon, Alexander's sister. Alexander assumed the throne of Kingdom of Macedon after sacking the city of Thebes. Alexander was awarded the generalship of what? Greece. He invaded the Achaemenid principle, that is the Persian Empire, and began a series of campaigns that lasted 10 years. Persian Empire is right now Iran. They removed all those areas. Part of the Persian Empire. They conquered them. Following his conquest of Asia Minor, modern day of what? Turkey. Alexander broke the power of Persia. In a series of decisive battles, including those at Issus and Gamela, he subsequently overthrew the King Darius III and conquered the Achaemenid empire in its entirety. He died in 323 BC in Babylon, now Iraq, at the age of what? 32. I just summarized it. It's close to 20 pages. I just extracted some few things. I was a great young man. What are we doing to us? Are we ready to take position of leadership? Are we ready to be creative? Are we ready to be innovative? Or we just want to, as Pastor Mike said, just want to join the bandwagon? And we don't leave any legacy behind. We'll just watch it grow. And as he said, when somebody says I'm poor, it depends on what you do with your what? With your time. How effectively are we using what? Our time. So the question goes, was Alexander the Great innovative? Sorry, did you understand the case study before I move to question? Or I should read it again?
Yes, sir.
I should read it again?
Yes.
Okay, who said yes, sir?
Just come in.
Okay, you read. Go ahead, sir. Oh, you can't read? Oh, you just came in?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I will oblige you. The case study we're having today is Alexandria. See why you're crowding behind there? Because
If I want to distribute dollar now, how will dollar get to you at the back? I don't expect you here.
The Great, Alexander III of Macedon, Greek. He lived from 2021 July 356 BC to 3011 June 323 BC, commonly known as Alexander the Great. As I said, he's the only person referred to as the Great. Please, I've checked the history. No other person is described as XYZ the Great. And it's because of what he achieved and at what age he achieved it. The ancient kingdom of Macedon, a member of the Achaemenid dynasty, he was born in Pella, a city in ancient Greece, 356 BC. Succeeded his father, King Philip II, to the throne at the age of 20. And I said earlier, what are we all doing? Our At the age of 20, what did we achieve? Sir?
We were still sucking breast.
Or sucking breast, okay? According to Pastor Bahm. What are we doing with our life? Some of us are not focused, in particular among the youths. And if you are not focused, you just wither on and gradually you get old and you disappear. What legacy are you leaving behind? What impact are you leaving behind? He spent one of his ruling years conducting a lengthy military campaign throughout Western Asia. Western Asia. The empire spanned all the way to India and Northeast Africa, all the way to Egypt, conquered. So it was it was like he was in charge of the whole Europe, and partly half of Asia was under him, and then part of Northern Africa. By the age of 30, he had created one of the largest empires in history, stretching from Greece to northwestern India. He was undefeated in battle. He's the only one again. Till he died. You know, a lot of kingdom comes and go. But his own kingdom, he was never defeated. Till he died. It's rumored that he was actually poisoned. He was so strong.
Yeah.
They killed him, you know. But that's by the wayside. He was undefeated in battle and widely considered to be one of the history's greatest and most successful military commanders. He effectively delegates any territory conquered to an administrator who oversees the place and reports to him. And that's why he said, how many of us delegate? Or how many of us don't know how to delegate? But he delegates, but he also was supervised. He ensures that, look, we are carrying out his what? His instruction. Otherwise, you know what? He'll remove you. How many of us delegate? Because you cannot do everything by yourself if you want to have growth. Alexander was tutored by Aristotle until the age of 16, and Aristotle was a great philosopher in those days. His father, and if you are tutored by Aristotle, you'll be able to speak a lot of languages, like Latin, which are the languages in vogue at that time. But it was rumored that he was a master of several languages, Arabic and the rest of them. His father was assassinated in 336 BC at the wedding of Cleopatra of Macedon. That's Alexander's sister. Alexander assumed the throne of the king of Macedon. After sacking the city of Thebes, Alexander was awarded the generalship of what? The whole of Greece and the Greece kingdom. In 334, he invaded the Achaemenid Empire, the Persian Empire. The Persian Empire today is Iran, Iraq, a lot of the Middle East. They were the ones considered the Persian Empire. Very strong, and they are still strong to today. It's only their names have just changed. Following his conquest of Asia Minor, that's the modern day Turkey. I know Turkey is on the top end. He broke the powers of Persia in a series of decisive battles, including those at Issus and Guadalmela. He subsequently overthrew the king of Darius III and conquered the Achaemenid Empire in its entirety. He died in BC 323 in Babylon. Babylon is currently Iraq. Now Iraq at the age of 32. Alexander the Great. He came a king at the age of 20 and he died at the age of 32 or 33 as the case. So what have you done with your life? In particular the youth. Where do you see yourself? What plan do you have for yourself? Or you just want to live by the day? And that's when we're talking of innovation. Innovation comes with creativity. And that's how you can create wealth. Wealth will come to where, whether disruptive or not, will come to where you've added value. What value have you brought to the table? What incentive have you brought to the table that makes it change? But once there's a change, things, wealth move. Right now, he's doing more to show. I mean, that guy of Tesla, I was told that he's $1 trillion now. Probably the richest man in the world. But now Musk, what's his name? Elon Musk. What's going on? He pushed the electric car, electric things, and wealth is what? Being created. Wealth is being what? Diverted. So what are you doing to yourself? It's a food for thought, but we need to get going and understand exactly where we want to see ourselves and where we want the church to be, because sooner or later we're going to hand over to you guys. Whether we like it or not. Nature abhors vacuum. Who are we handing over to? And are you guys ready to take over what? The mantle of what? Leadership. Then that goes to the question. Was Alexandra the great innovative? Who will take that? It's an interactive class. Anybody? Was Alexandra the great innovative? Oh yeah. Who's talking? Just raise up your hand. Madam, he was. How was he?
Yeah, yes. Apart from the fact that he took up.
No, you don't need to stand up. Just
apart from the fact that he took up leadership at a very young age.
Yeah.
He still went into battles defeating, so he can't have the same way of fighting as he come and
be creative
yes.
and innovative.
So you need to create some weapon, do some things, look for different ways of fighting.
Train men,
yes.
train use resources.
To defeat his enemies.
His enemies. It was very innovative. It's about, as I said, it's about 20 pages, so I just extracted that. Every battle was different. Every battle had a different strategy. His general's view, the generals that ran this battle wasn't the same general. They had different sets of generals for different sets of what? Assignments. And in those days, it was infantry, it was physical feats. It was one of those that started introduced effectively the, what they call this? Not armored, the bombs here. What do you call it? Their own bombs was, what is it? Artillery. One of those that started introducing that. Defeat the enemy from afar. Put them in disarray. And he also effectively was using the oil he got from the same Iraq, all those country. He started using the black oil to create problems for them and set everywhere on fire. It was a great strategist. Did he have the right leadership skill?
Yes.
No?
Yes.
Who is talking? Just raise your hand.
Yes.
He had the right leadership skill. Why? Why?
One of what we can call achievements of a great leader is the ability to delegate and then get positive results. This was what he did. With everywhere he conquered, he kept an administrator there, gave him the power.
Terms of reference to rule and still reported to him. Apart from that?
It was creative, then he was
delegating. Those are the good parts. Was ruthless.
Well,
Very ruthless guy. He didn't take treachery for change. He eliminated all of you and your family. Was ruthless. No. What else?
He killed his younger brother.
Yeah?
He killed his younger
I
brother.
think so, yeah. I think he killed his younger brother. That's it. Was ruthless. Was a guy, no nonsense guy.
he was not carried away with being in power.
Yes, he was not carried away.
Focus.
He was focused. I agree with you on that. He was focused, he was not carried away. He was focused, he was not carried away. He had a dream. He wanted to conquer the world, actually. He was a madman. He had to be killed. He was the bad man. But in the history book that I read, I didn't see anywhere when he said he handed over power. He ensured nobody was close to him to take over power, which was wrong. He had good leadership skill, but he didn't have any succession plan. He planned to rule forever.
Maybe he never knew that he would die so
No.
early. He died so young.
He died so young, but he never had any succession plan. Because even the book, his child himself, I didn't read much about, the guy was very ruthless and but he was a great guy.
When they believe there to come that day.
I agree with you, but that doesn't mean you should not have a succession plan. That's not good. As a good leader, you must have a what? A succession plan. Irrespective of wherever you go, there must be a proper what? Succession plan. Who will take over? Because there must not be vacuum in leadership. Yes, sir?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, to respond to the idea that he didn't expect them to come that quick because he was still very young. I wanted to say, maybe he underestimated the risk associated with where he was standing. If you are in the middle of military campaigns,
Yeah.
then it's enough. It's not like you have done all.
It's a high risk.
Yeah, it's a high risk. So you must always anticipate that you will have either in battle or at home.
Okay.
So I think I would say that he probably underestimated the risk within his home base, and he was focused on strategizing for the risk outside
Than the enemy inside. Okay. The final one. Describe one of the greatest strategies he adopted during his reign. Anybody? Okay, yes, ma'am.
Dedication of power.
Okay, you get it out. Delegation. It couldn't be everywhere. And a great leader must learn to delegate. It can't be everywhere. But you see how the final authority still lies in it. But effectively delegated. We strongly believe if we emulate this man on his positive notes, I said positive, not the bad ones he did. On the positive notes, we're going to create great leaders and managers. Delegation, responsibility, and he took care of his people. We never had during his reign that people did not have food to eat. No. There was enough food, there was enough everything. It was only a plus when he conquers your territory to be part of the empire. Because he effectively distributed what? Wealth. Redistributed wealth. So those are the key things of effective leadership. What is this, officer?
Yes, and from what you mentioned the other time, he seemed to be very fluid.
Is what?
Fluid with strategy. He's not so fixated on one strategy.
Okay.
So most military campaigns
Yeah.
will have a specific strategy that is winning for them. And what it takes for the enemy is to carefully understand
That strategy.
and look for how to, So, but the fact that they couldn't predict which strategy you would adopt
Okay.
is almost invincible.
Invasive. Good. So on that note, can we all emulate Alexander the Great? Huh?
On the positive side.
On the positive side, yeah, that's what I said. On the positive side. He was a great guy. And that's where I'm coming to here. We need to be able to emulate people who have achieved a lot of greatness. This guy has achieved a lot. What are we doing with ourselves? And the great time when you can have a lot of creativity and innovation is before 40.
Yeah.
We carry the view. Maybe on 35 and below. That's where the crazy ideas come. the crazy ideas come, and you can change the narrative, both for the positive and for what the negative. Depends on where you want to move to. The great strategies come during that period. And I pray to God, good Lord, will give us the wisdom and knowledge to do the right thing. Amen. Before I conclude, all of us who have filled the form, hello, we'll send the Google form to you on your phone. Am I right? Huh? Did it open? No, it should be open. Huh? You've noticed, did you fill the form? There's a form out there. Register.
To their WhatsApp, I sent it to their WhatsApp.
On WhatsApp.
It said cannot be reached.
It said cannot be reached.
You don't have
Should have
data.
tested,
It's not, some people have filled, I've seen some entries. So I think it's a phone or something.
Okay, has anybody been able to open it?
Yes.
Okay, can you just fill it? You filled yours. So those of you can open, just want the feedback. Well, it's a Google form feedback. So just 1 minute. I think there are 5 questions. I think just short 5 questions. Just respond for us our proper feedback as to what transpired today. Then at the end of the day, or before the end of the day or latest tomorrow, you all get the full materials, all those who have the email address, the PDF of the full materials, and then also, what again? The certificate, am I right? For attendance. Have you been able to log in now?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody, have you all been able to log in now? You're okay. How about the others? Mukola, have you done that? You're able to log in. That's great. I'll give you an able. Okay, for the so many people have been able to fill the Google form. Please just raise up your hands, please. 1, 2. But a lot of them have not been sending pounds and dollars to me. And I've been receiving that on Sunday. I know I'm capturing here. But you see, my students, they jump out from MM2. They are forgetting about us. While they are part and parcel of us. So the question is, which I want the youth leader, Adekalo, based on what Pastor Mike told us, it's your duty to respond to that question. Are you with me? So that you guys articulate your points and let's, we in the parish council handle it. And finally, to promote innovation at all levels and enhance disruptive technologies to transform change in our organization. And that's how we're talking of the website. Paying, nowadays I also get alerts, church payments, people are now doing bank payments electronically. I say a lot of payments during the week, coming in. You don't necessarily need to come on Sunday. While you can go to the altar and ask the altar, you can pay in at any time. In addition to that, we have an effective website, and then we'll also be able to fully get this space utilized. Because this edifice, quite often, Monday to Thursday, is always very idle. I think the activity starts on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Am I right? PA. This edifice, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, mostly. So what happens to Monday to Thursday? The youths, what are you guys doing? All this leadership, creativity, and innovation will take us to a different level in time. So I thank you all for coming around. I pray to God we'll all be able to see many more of these programs in the future. The next one will take place in September by God's September by God's grace. Any comment, final comment? We're okay. Thank you very much. God bless you also.
Yes.